save. And then just, I guess. Okay, and then I guess go back. And then boom. Except Twitter. It's not loading. Okay.
Okay, and then once you fix the lower third, start working on the live blog.
Will do.
Okay, thanks, Danica. Good
Okay.
job.
Okay,
All right,
bye.
bye.
There was no gear. came in this morning. There was nothing in there when I came in this morning. Okay, where's the singular? Boom, boom, boom. T-dot. Camera shows snow in Jackson, TN. Okay, and then update. Boom. Boom. T-dot cameras. T-dot camera shows snow. Bellevue. T-dot camera shows snow from Bellevue. too. Oh snap, oh snap, oh snap, oh snap, oh snap! 35. Boom. What the fuck? Router 2. And then 10. Okay. Don't do that. Oh, I thought it went live! Okay, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Should I make a new post for the on-air feed slash T dot feed? Should I make a new post? New post slash live for the on-air feed, for the on-air slash T dot feed. Just start over. An updated caption. Also, I thought I went live from TikTok, but apparently I didn't. It's fine. It's fine. Winter, storm, and PM.
everything. The library in Rutherford County is closed all weekend long. They're not taking any chances with what's to come. Any events or meetings, including special called budget meeting for Monday, that is going to be canceled.
Okay, we want you to know that exposure to the extreme cold can be dangerous, potentially even deadly if you're out too long. People at high risk include the elderly, young children, or those without a home. Certainly if you're not in shelter at all. If you're going to go out and enjoy the snow, make sure you dress properly, have the scarf, have the mask that covers the face, have balaclava as it's known. Know the gloves, the water-resistant boots and coat. Those things just allow you to stay out longer. Plus, several layers of loose-fitting clothing. Body parts may often be affected, most often be affected by frostbite. Nose, ears, toes, cheeks, chin, fingers. Basically, the extremities here. That's what you really need to be watching for. It's the parts that already feel cold the most quickly. Those are the ones that are most at risk.
This guy right here, really happy. He's got his gloves on and everything. Hey, like this storm.
It looks like he shoveled a drive.
Hey, like this storm, we're just getting started. This is a live look along Interstate 40 near White Bridge. This is right near the television station. It's a big difference from what we saw when we first came on the air.
Yeah, even when I was driving in about an hour and a half ago, I mean, there was nothing. The flakes were just starting to fly in that area. So be sure you stay up to date with what's to come on our free WSMV4 weather app. Search for us on your App Store or Google Play. Sign up to get weather alerts from our team of First Alert meteorologists, the certified most accurate in Tennessee, also the largest team in Tennessee. We got you covered. We'll take a break and be back.
You may already know that Youth Villages is a force for families.
WSMV4 News Today starts now with First Alert Weather.
Well, if you've tuned in, we know what you're looking for. We're tracking snow and ice all day long. This is a live picture from Bellevue right now, I-40. See some of those tire tracks where things have warmed up thanks to the vehicles that have been driving around. But look, if you don't have to, we want you to stay home.
Yes, we do. We want to get right to First Alert meteorologists Bree Smith and Stefano DiPietro. Bree, you told us yesterday that this is the fun snow. The bad stuff happens later this afternoon.
There's a little bit of mind control there, too. It helps you not feel the cold quite so much, but it's a pretty snow right now.
It is. Right now's the time to get out and try to enjoy it with the kids if you have enough to sled on, because then once you hear, I mean, you said it earlier, Bree, you'll hear the tink, tink, tink of the sleet. That's time to bring things indoors.
ASMR.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it's going to sound like.
And then the change over to freezing rain, which will be a problem. So try to get this snow cleared out while it's coming down.
Yeah, so, and that really, a lot of folks asked me this last night, like, so when should I treat? I'll tell you what we did at our house. We put some ice melt down on the driveway last night with the plan that once it stops snowing, my husband's going to do all this because I'll be here. He's going to shovel it all off and then let whatever icy mess happens tonight, and then tomorrow put fresh treatment down on it. And it's just because this is such a complicated system in the sense that we're going to transition to many different kinds of wintry weather. I was saying it yesterday. I mean, it is the trifecta. All wintry precipitation types are coming to Tennessee this weekend. Right now it's snow. Once we get past lunchtime, that's when everyone really needs to be looking around for that transition. And I'll tell you, the transition is not even in and of itself going to be terribly clean. We'll transition to some sleet, some freezing rain, some snow may come back in, some good old-fashioned rain. I mean, it really is going to be a mixture. We will end as snow tomorrow afternoon. This is a long one. You take a look at radar right now, and we are all wintry, all wintry. Some indications, Stefano and I were just looking at it, that a couple sleet pellets might trying to be mixing in near Columbia. That would be brief at this point. It should be primarily snow through about lunchtime. That is still why these winter storm warnings are in effect and our ice storm warnings. Of course, the difference here is just what the dominant precipitation type is. If you were in the pink, you're going to get mostly snow, slightly lesser ice, but everyone is still going to get ice, and that's our biggest concern.
And it's not going to take a whole lot of ice to cause power outages too. So yes, morning steady snowfall, afternoon this evening, sleet and freezing rain, and then some of us will change over to some plain rain late tonight into tomorrow morning. We are going to walk you through futurecasts as we head through the next few hours here, but let me show you your first alert forecast for today. Bree was saying it, from now until about lunchtime, we stick with the steadier snowfall. When that happens, the road conditions are going to change very quickly. Then look what happens. Temperatures are going to stay below freezing. We'll be in the 20s, but what happens is in the upper parts of the atmosphere, warmer air moves in. Snowflakes melt. They come down as super cooled rain. When that hits a frozen surface, it will freeze instantly. That will cause problems in and itself. When you're getting out on the roadways this weekend, if you absolutely have to, and we know there are some that have to, like our first responders, overpasses and bridges are really going to be the main concern. Secondary and back roads will also be a mess as well. And I'm not saying interstates and main roads are going to be great, because they're not, but they're not going to have as many extremely high impacts because they're going to be the main focus for road crews as we go through much of today and into the night tonight. But if you don't have to go anywhere, you can stay indoors. If you absolutely have to, you'll need extra time, and take it easy. Remember, never slam on those brakes. If you're going down a hill, I should say, put your car into a low gear. Your engine can help brake itself and do some of the work for you, so you don't have to hit your brakes. We'll walk you through Futurecast coming up a little later on.
All right, Stefano, we're looking forward to that. We are tracking road conditions right now. We've shown you what the roads look like, in Bellevue and other areas. Our Joylyn Bukovac joins us now.
Yeah, Joylyn, tell us where you are and what you're seeing, how the road conditions are.
Yeah, good morning. Well, I am in the Midtown area near Vanderbilt, and the roads over here, they're looking pretty slushy. You know, the snow's really coming down over here, and there are some pretty clear spots, but then there's some spots where you can barely see the road, and some where the slush is just really starting to make its way and create I wouldn't say tough driving conditions quite yet, but it's definitely heading in that direction. If you just think about, just less than 2 hours ago, everything was clear. The snow really didn't start here in Nashville, but just an hour and a half ago approximately. And so things are changing very quickly here in the mid-state. So if you don't have de-icer fluid in your windshield wiper fluid, that's really important because things froze overnight. That way you can keep your visibility going as you're driving. And especially if you do see TDOT trucks out on the road, we've seen a couple so far this morning out working and starting to clear the roads. They've been pre-treating since at least yesterday, if not Thursday, depending on where in the mid-state we're talking about. And that pre-treatment did really help, but I saw them out and about starting to clear what's already been falling so far. And if you do see them, give them plenty of space to do their job. Really take it easy out here on the roads, because as you can see, the snow is here and it's sticking and accumulating pretty quickly. So stay home, stay warm if you can, and make sure you have all of your emergency supplies in your car if you absolutely have to go anywhere. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Joylyn, thank you. You can see the roads are snow starting to build up out there on the roads. We want to get you out to Humphreys County. The snow is coming down in Waverly, and the wind is starting to whip there. You see the American flag blowing and the leaves or the flakes falling there in Waverly.
And we've had our eyes on Memphis all morning as well. Why, you might ask? Well, of course, the snowstorm hit there first. So we got an idea of what was going to be happening here for us based on what was happening there for them. And so we've been watching it. One of the first places in Tennessee to see that significant snowfall. And it was coming down pretty fast there in Memphis this morning. One of those places, what you're looking at right there, is a place where the power lines are down. So you saw just kind of the emergency response to that. The cones, the police cars, the fire truck. That is an outage that's going to be on Rasco and Swinia, if you're familiar. It's located in South Memphis.
Yeah, we are feeling it, or they are feeling it right now. We want to make sure you're ready if your power goes out. Here's what you need to know right now. When the power in Nashville goes out, NES officials say ice poses the biggest threat to power lines and could lead to outages all across the region. They told us they've scheduled extra crews. The crews will work 14 to 16-hour shifts throughout the weekend. NES says not knowing how much ice to prepare for is making their planning difficult.
Well, ice can either form on the wires and cause a problem for the strength of the cross arms and the different things that hold it up, but also trees become a big issue. So trees will fall into our lines because of ice. So a limb will break or a tree will fall over. And so that ends up being our bigger issue.
Now, if widespread outages occur, NES will prioritize restoring power to areas that can bring the most customers back online quickly. You need to know that. And charge your phone and all electronic devices right now and make sure your car has gas. We're going to track this all weekend long.
Okay, let's talk to our first alert meteorologist, Melanie Layden, right now. She's been not only tracking the storm all through the last week, right, as the days leading up to the storm, but now she's tracking it from a different location.
She looks like she's having a pretty good time out there as well.
I am, guys. You know, we've been telling you about kind of the dangers of this storm, too, but there's also some fun aspect to it as well. In fact, I'm just down the road from our station here in West Nashville, and take a look. I found some cute girls here, really excited to play in the snow today. What are your names? Francis, and what's your name? And Laura. Francis and Laura here. They are having such a fun time. They're so excited to wake up this morning and see the snow coming down outside their window. So over here in West Nashville, we're kind of at a point where it's just the kind of fun snow, the snow that kids want to play in. It's coming down pretty hard. Take a look here. As I mentioned, we're just on the street from our station. Look at our tower up there, too. Really cool, kind of eerie looking with the snow coming down. But so far, seems like people are heeding the warnings. They're staying in today. It's a fun day for the kids to play out in the snow, at least for now. We know things are going to change. We've been warning you. It will be snow at first, then we start to see the changeover into some ice, and that's when we start to see some problems, especially major problems on the roadways and things like power outages. But for now, it's the fun snow that you can get outside in. Make a snowman. Look at this. Just toss it up in the air. Let's say it again. There we go. Beautiful. Right now, kind of a fun day. But we're going to keep an eye on this for you because, as we've been telling you, things will change. We're going to still see several more hours of snow like this, but the ice is coming. It's a reality. We'll talk all about it, how it's going to be impacting you throughout the day and into tomorrow. And we've also been warning you, too. This snow that's coming down, it's not going anywhere for a while either. The freezing temperatures are going to stick around for a while, and that's going to keep the snow and ice on the ground, too. All the details coming up throughout today, so keep tuning in to our coverage right here on WSMV. Live in West Nashville, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Melanie Layden.
Melanie, thank you so much. It's so sweet. The girls behind you just kept throwing up their powder. Bree. That's good skiing snow. I don't know about packing snow.
No, not snowman.
Snow.
No, yeah, it's well, I mean, you're going to hurt your sibling less if you try to throw that at them. You do that. Yeah, but
what's
really
the fun in that, Bree?
No, yeah, my boys don't like that. It's a light, powdery sugar kind of snow for the mamas and papas out there trying to navigate this with kids. Put a Tupperware outside over the next couple hours. Let it fill up with snow so then when we do start to see the ice move in, they can play with that inside. Put it in the freezer, right? Little snow to go. This is what it looks like across our area and to our neighbors to the south. And of course, we're looking to our neighbors because they are going to see that transition to wintry weather first. All snow right now, all of powdery light snow here, but you look down towards Mississippi, Alabama, and they have the pink draped across them. That is the line that we're going to watch. That warm air that's going to nose in and change us over to sleet and freezing rain later tonight is indeed coming from the south and southwest. So that means Wayne County, Lawrence County, Giles County, we're going to be looking to you first to see that transition that will slowly inch its way northward throughout the daytime hours and evening hours. Winter storms are marathons. They are not sprints. Here's what it looks like visually. Like I said, that pink expected to gradually move northward, and within that, a mixture of that sleet, that crunchy little snow cone ice, even some freezing rain, even some good old-fashioned rain. And Lisa made such a good point about this yesterday. Freezing rain and rain look exactly the same when they're falling from the sky. The difference, of course, is once that freezing rain touches a surface, a cold surface, your driveway, your car, instant glaze of ice. This is going to be slippery. I don't want you to try to, oh, that was just plain old rain, or oh, that was freezing rain, play some sort of dicey game here. Our job is to get through this safely. Enjoy the powdery snow this morning if you want to, but once we make that transition to ice, the name of the game is get inside, let crews, let TDOT, NDOT, city workers, let them do what they can to keep our roadways as clear as they can be. Once we get back into Sunday, it does look like we will transition to a little bit more snow packing us on top of this. And then it's the temperatures. We look to stay at or just around freezing for around the next 7 days. So this is going to be a prolonged cold stretch. We've been talking about the bitter cold. That's why our first alert weather days go all the way through Tuesday. Stefano and I, of course, will have more coming up in just a bit.
All right, Bree, thanks so much. We have a warning to slow down in Spring Hill, and this is why police say they've already stopped several vehicles for going more than 90 miles per hour or more this morning.
What's wrong with folks?
People done lost their minds.
Okay, so this is a look at the snow in the area. Police say they'll be checking for abandoned vehicles. And they say if you see a piece of yellow tape around a side mirror, it means that vehicle has already been checked and cleared in some way. But guys, I mean, honestly, follow the speed limit.
Yeah.
And they just really would rather you stay home at this point. I mean, there's enough snow on the roads. Stay home, sit on the couch, or make snow cream. That's what I left my kids with. I'm like, here's the recipe, here's the creamer.
Snowmosas. Good idea as well.
Okay, not while we're working, sir. And we are just getting started. This is a live look at West Nashville on your left, Katie's Kentucky on your right. The stuff's falling.
Yes, it is. Be sure to stay up to date with what's to come with our free WSMV4 weather app. Search for us on your App Store or Google Play. You can sign up to get weather alerts from our team of First Alert meteorologists.
Welcome, Bree.
They've been paying heed to our warning of if you don't have to be out on the roads, just don't get out there. And if you can send us a video of what it looks like in your area, just send it on in and we'll get you on the air. We also know this is snow.
Yeah, here's some in Murfreesboro. This was near MTSU a little bit earlier before it was really starting to accumulate. It's worth noting, though, this is really a powdery snow, and so you might see it blow around a good bit there when you're driving on the road or when people are driving by, even if you're just looking out your window. So, no, you know, the characteristics of the snow are important when you're going to go play in it.
Not good for snowmen, not good for snowballs. Hey, here's the snow in Holiday, Tennessee. We want to show you here.
Oh, wow.
Now, I don't know what this snow is good for. This might be some good snow. It's good.
It's good for looking at it.
Yes, it's good looking at snow. It looks powdery out there. Looks like you might be able to ball it up and throw it at someone. But you know what we're going to throw? We're going to throw it over to Stefano right now.
Look at that.
Like that.
That's an expert segue if I've ever heard one. Hey,
Definitely. He's been practicing that one, I think. So here's a little snow that was in Spring Hill. Thanks so much to Scott for sending this in. Hey, don't forget, you can share pictures on the WSMV4 weather app. We'd love to see what you're doing out in this winter weather when it's safe to do so. Remember, when we change over to that wintry and icy mix, conditions will get a little bit more dangerous. So winter storm warnings are in effect across most of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. These are areas that are not only going to get snow, though, they're also going to get ice and that mixing. In areas like Decaturville, Lawrenceburg, our southwestern counties, that's where the majority of the icing will occur first. Then we see icing extend to include more of Middle Tennessee, and this gives you a better idea of that combination of sleet and freezing rain that could cause power outages. So there's those counties we're talking about and those areas, Decaturville, Centerville, down through Lawrenceburg. But we're going to extend that heavy icing threat up to include the Nashville metro, because we want you to be prepared for the risk of some power outages, as that icing is looking more and more like, with our guidance models, that we could really see some significant icing overnight tonight. Of course, higher peaks of the plateau as well could see some higher icing as well. When you get far into northern Middle Tennessee and parts of southern Kentucky, that's mostly going to end up being a snow event. We also had a little snow. Well, actually, this is the same picture, believe it or not. That was in Spring Hill, so I'll get that fixed up for you here. But the first alert weather day does continue into Monday and Tuesday with bitter cold coming in. We're going to time you out with Futurecast, though, to let you know what areas are expecting that changeover next coming up.
All right, Stefano, we are looking forward to that. We want to take another pick outside. These are the roads as you're heading through Nashville. We're in the middle of a first alert weather day as that storm starts to pick up and head to the mid-state.
Yeah, we got team coverage, 2 meteorologists right now in the building, one already out reporting for us this morning. This is part of our commitment to you. We take weather very seriously. We want to make sure you're entirely prepared. We'll take a break. When we come back, more team coverage still ahead.
WSMV4
You need somewhere warm. The state has a list of warming shelters available. They're right here. We're looking at TEMA's website live right now. You see there are 33 already open, but 72 all across the state. If you are looking for one in a certain area, all you got to do is search this. Again, this is TEMA. Look up warming shelters, and that's what you're going to find.
That's good information to know. And we've been sharing different snowplow routes for cities all across Middle Tennessee, and we know of a couple more. Here's a picture of where crews will plow in Spring Hill. Plows will not go through neighborhoods. Remember that. Now, several of the main roads will be cleared, though, like Kedron Road and Buckner Lane, as well as Port Royal. If you want to get your neighborhood done, you might want to ask your HOA about that as well. Now, this is Cookville's snowplow routes. The main connector routes are cleared first. So think of a road that gives people access to hospitals, nursing homes, also trouble spots in shaded areas. They are going to be first. Now, after priority routes, the city coordinates with police to take care of any hazardous areas they've run into or when emergency access is needed. Now, the blue lines you see on this map are the state routes. TDOT takes care of those, some of which are Highway 111, 70 North, and State Route 290.
Yeah, if you're wondering, well, why would police get involved and what would be hazardous? Well, once that freezing rain and sleet starts falling, if it coats a limb and a limb falls down on a road, that's when police start to really get involved. Gallatin Public Works got 2 new snow plow trucks, I should say, so they're ready for the weekend. And they shared a long list of roads with us that they'll treat. These are just a few of them written down for you here. Superintendent of Public Works says they just ordered 700 tons of salt. Hope that arrived in time. Also, you're asked not to park your car on the street so crews can treat as much of the roads as possible.
Our team of First Alert meteorologists are standing by with the very latest as we look at right now the interstates. It is starting to pick up out there. That snow is falling down and it's starting to accumulate on the roads. And as this storm moves through, it's only going to get worse out there.
Yeah, Stefano Brie, I'm struck by the fact that now we only have really 2 lanes clear on that interstate picture.
Yeah.
And that's going to deteriorate over the next couple hours. We were just talking about how the snow was that light powdery sugar snow. That kind of snow, if you do drive over it, packs down really fast. It is not good snowman making snow, but it can pack down really quickly.
And it makes it harder too because it could freeze. It's harder for road crews to clear it, and then it can freeze very quickly, and you can hit just what looks like snow, but it's actually ice.
And that can be the stuff that really sticks around for a long time too. The wind blows it around, so it looks kind of like almost dusty if you're looking at roadways. We've been talking a lot about sleet, freezing rain, the different kinds of precip types, and we've talked about it a little bit, but I just want to make it really clear. If it is below 32 degrees in the cloud and all the way down to the ground, you get a pretty simple setup, which is what we've got right now, where it is all snow. What happens that makes it get a little bit wonky is if we get some slightly warm air mixing in. So for this setup, if snowflakes leave the cloud, they run into enough warm air that they melt, but then they come back into really cold air. Those snowflakes refreeze into ice pellets. If that warm air is a little bit thicker, then they spend more time as a good old-fashioned raindrop, and then once they get back into the cold, they don't have enough time to freeze back into a sleet pellet, and that's where you get freezing rain. This is what we're expecting later this afternoon, and that's why we're expecting that transition over to a mix. Now, right now, temperatures are in the teens across the area. We've got all snow, but that will change once we get into the afternoons. It's really cold outside. 13 in Hopkinsville, 18 Nashville, 18 in Portland. That means if you do want to go out, bundle up, and you want to play with this, you're going to need to definitely bundle up because it's frigid outside, Stefano, and unfortunately, it's just going to stay colder even as we head into the next couple days.
And what happens is exactly what Bree kind of said here. You get warmer air to move into the top, the upper parts of the atmosphere. That melts snowflakes down into rain and then hits the frozen surfaces, and that's what becomes freezing rain. So what you'll see happen late this morning, I should say, and into the early afternoon, that mixing line, that sleet and freezing rain lifts in from the south. So the farther north that we live, the snow will continue for a lengthy period of time in areas like Clarksville, Franklin in southern Kentucky, Burkesville, Hopkinsville, Murray, Paris, even Gallatin and Livingston as well. But eventually through the overnight tonight, everybody, I should say most of the mid-state with the exception of far southeastern portions, are widespread freezing rain. That's an issue. That's where power outages will become a problem all the way through midnight. South and east of Nashville, we get that change over to rain with the exception of higher elevations. But look, Nashville will be the line right now. Whether or not we change over to plain rain in Nashville will be a difference of about a degree or two. If it's 31, it's freezing rain. If it's 33, it's plain rainfall. It's that close of a call for us. So we'll give you a better look at the rest of Futurecast and what the ice and snow accumulations will look like once all is said and done. Coming up later on. We'll be right back here on WSMV 4.
Oh, look, it's that time again.
Insulate any exposed pipes, keep garage doors closed, and open kitchen and bathroom cabinet doors. This will allow warm air to circulate and kind of warm up those pipes. Now, during the coldest weather, dripping the faucet also helps. If a pipe does freeze, Metro Water says to use a hair dryer or a heating pad on it.
You know, don't forget to protect your pets. Animal rescue groups say it's best to limit the dog's time outside because when they come in, you really do want to check their paws for ice or salt buildup. Those can irritate their skin, to say the least. If they have to be outside, make sure they have really good shelter. Things like having a wind block and dry bedding make a huge difference. I always think it's interesting to see, dogs in the snow. They usually get the zoomies because they love it so much. So if you end up getting some of that video, send it on over to us through the WSMV4 app.
All right, on the left-hand side of the screen, you see a snow globe on the right-hand side.
What am I looking at?
Yeah,
what
you're
is
seeing
that?
the snow pile up on the roads. We're going to catch up on everything you need to know after the break.
Experience the premier
WSMV4 News Today starts now with First Alert Weather.
Well, we're going to give you what you came for here. We're tracking snow and ice all day long, taking a live look outside one of the interstates there around Bellevue. So this is I-40. See a couple of lanes of the roadway are still visible right now, but that will certainly change as we go through the morning.
Yeah, we want to get you up to speed, so we're going to start with First Alert meteorologist Bree Smith and Stefano DiPietro. This is only going to get gradually worse.
It certainly is. Through the rest of today, snow comes down, then you go right to freezing rain for hours tonight.
And that's what's going to put a coating of ice on top of the snow. So that's why we're really concerned about this kind of packing down.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to seal it. Think about sealing your driveway. We're like sealing the snow, right?
It is, yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Onto the roadways, which is like the worst thing to do. So right now it is fluffy, it's light, it's really cold outside. Wind chills are single digits. It is snow. It's good old-fashioned snow. But as we head into the afternoon hours, we do expect this to transition to a wintry mix of all the things, right? Of sleet, of freezing rain, some snowflakes. We could even have pockets with good old-fashioned raindrops coming in. Right now, it's pretty simple. We've got generally one color on radar. This is all a very light, fluffy, dry kind of snow. It's not great snowman snow, but you can play with it if you want to go outside. But Stefano and I were just looking at this, taking a different kind of look with the eyeballs on radar here. The yellows that you see popping into our southern tier, that would indicate something a little bit larger, a different shape that's moving through, and that may be some sleet pellets making it down to the ground. I joked earlier, they're the ones that, can you hear it? The ting, 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 ting. They have a very distinct sound that they make when they start to mix in, especially when they start to touch tree branches. Sleet is not a concern for bringing branches down or for bringing power lines down because it doesn't stick to anything. It bounces off of things.
And we can confirm there is sleet confirmed in Lawrence County now too. So yeah, it's definitely happening.
That ting, 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 ting happening in our southern tier. The concern though is that as we head into the evening hours, that sleet may mix with some freezing rain, and that's when we start to get the glaze.
And Lisa did a really good job explaining this yesterday because freezing rain and rain are going to look exactly the same. But what you have to pay attention to is the air temperature. I know so many of you have weather stations at your home that may be sitting outside. Look at those very closely, because as this mix starts to lift north through the rest of this morning into the afternoon, around the 2-3 o'clock hours, we should start to see more of a consistent changeover along the I-40 corridor. But the farther north we go, the snow will continue. Northern Middle Tennessee and parts of southern Kentucky. So what I'm talking about is if it looks like it's coming down as rain, but the air temperature is still below 32, it's most likely freezing rain. Those super cold rain droplets hit the ground and they freeze onto any surface. It'll be on your car, it'll be on the grass, it'll be on the sidewalks, the overpasses, bridges, even the main roadways. There are going to be spots south and east of Nashville that change over to plain rain, but the farther north and west that you go, this icy and wintry mix is expected to continue. Nashville will be the line where we try to change over to that icy mix or into plain rain. Areas farther north and west are really going to have a tough time getting any of that warmer air. And notice that our guidance expects Nashville to actually stay with that icy mix all the way through tomorrow morning. Everybody wraps up with some rain and some freezing rain going into the Sunday afternoon and evening hours. Here's a better look with your day planner. We'll have snow through the early afternoon for many of us. Then there's that changeover to rain, freezing rain, and sleet. Those temperatures staying in the 20s.
All right, Stefano, thanks so much. We have two of our team of First Alert meteorologists here in-house. We also have one out in the elements.
Yeah, meteorologist Melanie Layden is outside right now. I know you've been watching this build. Melanie, it's always interesting to hear your perspective as a professional, as a meteorologist. You've been watching this storm develop through the week, and now you're out in the conditions. Give us your expert view on what's happening now out there.
Well, guys, I think it's so funny, coming from the experts and professionals ourselves. You just heard Bree say it. The sound of the snow is something that is really distinctive here. It's that little ping, ping patter of the snow that's coming down. It's not the light, super fluffy, wet snow. It's kind of the almost icy type snow, and we're definitely seeing that. So far, where we are in West Nashville, people seem to be kind of heeding the warnings. People are staying off the roads. We haven't seen too many people, but I do want to point out we are outside of Publix. This is Publix in West Nashville, and you can see that surprisingly a large amount of people are here. What I like to say here, though, on a day like today, when the day of a snowstorm or any kind of big weather event, the people who are coming out to the grocery stores who didn't maybe prep before have to wonder, are they the doubters who thought, oh, I'll wait and see it? and then they saw it this morning, and then they come out. But of course, you know, the grocery stores, they are essential to us. I also want to point out over here, Nikki, my photographer, over to our right here, our left, this is Bank of America. A lot of people coming by to the ATM. You know, life goes on. Maybe it was payday yesterday. A lot of folks have been lined up for the ATM here today too. But I will say there are a ton of businesses who did close today. We are over in the kind of West Nashville shopping center off of Charlotte Pike. The At Home, the Michaels, all these restaurants around here, they are closed for the day. I think we do maybe have the Taco Bell open. That's about it. And the gas station. But other than that, a lot of places are going to be closed today. They're going to be closed tomorrow, and more than likely well into next week too, because of these freezing temperatures that are going to be sticking around, all this snow that's coming down, and then eventually changing over to ice. It's going to stay with us, guys, for several more days.
All right, Melanie, thank you. And if we do happen to lose power, the stores that are open are going to deal with cash. So that's why people are running to the ATM right now, just in case we lose that power. We want to take you out to Lawrence County. The weather may be changing, but the message is all the same. Stay at home. This morning, Tennessee Highway Patrol Sergeant Ellis reiterated that statement with a post on X. This was taken just around 8:30 this morning on U.S. Highway 64 and Staggs Loop, almost at the Wayne County line as freezing rain and sleet builds up on the roads. TDOT is still out attempting to clear lanes as best they can, but THP Sergeant Ellis says that may not be enough to keep you completely safe. The best advice he's sharing this morning is to stay home and let him tell you why.
TDOT just came through. As you can kind of see, they kind of cleared one lane right here. I will show you that this is just turning back to ice.
Oh no.
Please stay off the roadways. They're starting to cover back over. As you can see on my car, it's freezing to the car. I'm having to use de-icer every couple of miles to be able to just see out my windshield. Please stay home unless you have an emergency.
Every couple of miles having to use that de-icer. Consider yourself warned. Troopers say before heading out, check TDOT's SmartWay map for crashes and road conditions along your route in real time. If you do end up in trouble later today, call 911 for emergencies and star 847 for non-emergencies out there.
In all of the maps that our team of meteorologists were putting out yesterday, they were saying Lawrence County is going to be the place. One of the places is really going to see a lot of ice. And so just seeing it in his video, it'll be interesting to talk to our team coming up.
And that hits close to home because he is out in the elements right now, so he knows what's going on. We want to send you out to our team coverage. We have Jordan James out there as the flurries engulf him right now.
Jordan, where are you? How's it feeling?
Well, good morning, Lori. And as you can imagine, it's very cold out here. And right now, I'm currently located in Mount Juliet, just off of South Mount Juliet Road. Right behind me, you can see I-40 East. And we started this journey really in West Nashville. And initially, the conditions were pretty good, but they started to worsen as the snow started to come down. Currently, at this point in time, along South Mount Juliet Road, you can see there aren't many people out here, which means that they are heeding to the warnings that officials have been putting out. Now, there is one positive sign. I have seen crews, TDOT crews out treating the roads along with city crews as well. Now, they started treating the roads on Thursday. You can see right there in front of us is actually a snowplow making its way down South Mount Juliet Road. And anyone who's familiar with this area, you know this is a busy area where you have the Providence Shopping Center. So any given day, there would be thousands of people out there, but that is certainly not the case on today. I know we were talking about some of the businesses that are open, and I can tell you that Waffle House is currently open, and it certainly is a popular spot. We've seen people going in and out. Some folks say, I just wanted a hot meal with my family. We've seen some kids out also just kind of enjoying the snow. First responders are also staged all across this area. I know the police department put something on social media that they are in their command center monitoring various accidents and ready to respond as needed. But overall, this is the situation in Mount Juliet. Not many people out on the road, but they're certainly taking it easy. So if you do find yourself out here, be sure to do the very same. Marius, Lauren.
All right, Jordan, thank you so much. Now, we've been tracking the road conditions all morning long as they've gradually gotten worse out there.
Yeah, so our Joylyn Bukovac is live right now in West Nashville, I believe. Joylyn, you've been in the safety of the passenger seat, we should point out, because you're working with a photojournalist who's driving you around.
Oh, absolutely. Safety first. We're all buckled up here. I'm in the passenger seat. Jared, my photojournalist, is driving. And right now we're near Vanderbilt Hospital here in the West End Midtown area of Nashville. And I've been seeing people get out and about some very dedicated joggers. We've seen a few people out on their morning run, which bless them, and then some people walking their dogs.
Bless them.
You can tell people are bundled up, though. They are hopefully trying to make this a quick trip just because of how cold it is. You can see the wind is really blowing and the snow is still coming down. And the road right here, as you can see, the snow is just piling on top of the roads. It looked like the pre-treatment on the roads were helping at first, but now there's just been so much snow and a lot of traffic because, again, we are near the hospital, so people have to drive to work, drive to see their loved ones or take their loved ones to appointments or to the hospital. And so there is traffic in this area that is really causing the road to be kind of a slushy mess. As you can see, we're taking it slow. I can really feel the snow underneath our tires right now. And there's a lot of people taking it slow. We can't even see the lines for the different lanes. I can't see where this lane starts or stops. And that's been the situation for
Okay, so it seems like we've lost your audio, Joylyn. Oh, now we hear you. Keep going.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Sorry,
we
I got a phone call. But if you are getting out and about, make sure to take it slow. Be really easy on the gas and brake right now. You don't want to hit either of those pedals too hard because, as you can see, there is a lot of snow and you can start to slip around. So we will continue to see what's going on here on the roadways. I know TDOT, they have crews out and about trying to get this under control, but for now I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah. Okay, Joylyn, thank you so much. It's also interesting too, you were saying she got a phone call in the midst of it. This is how we broadcast television in events like this. It all goes through over the cell lines, the cell service. And so even when you're on Do Not Disturb, sometimes that favorite list, they still pop in.
Yeah, you get disturbed. We want to toss it back over to Bree Smith. And Bree, she talked about the snow out there. Is it the type of snow that when you drive on it, it can pack and give you a little bit of traction?
Well, I think not. It might initially right now, but you're really, not all heroes wear capes, and that's a lot to ask the salt and the snow to do, baby. I have seen worse snows, but the real problem that I think with a snow like this, we had this situation like this a couple years ago during the week of Valentine's Day, where we had a really light powdery snow that mixed with sleet. And because we stayed so cold, it just became this flat sheet of ice. I remember seeing video, people in East Nashville with ice picks, just trying to tear it up off the road. The name of the game with wintry weather is always be safe when it's falling, remove it before it freezes if you can, but this is just going to be a tough one for us because of all the different kinds of weather mixing in. Kelly sent this picture to me, speaking of snow and sleet, from Pulaski. Thank you for sending this in, Kelly. And yeah, it's crunchy. It almost gives it, the sleet gives it almost like a little bit of a shimmer out there. Temperatures are cold, the wind chills are colder than this, so we are cold enough indeed to support that fluffy, dry snow. The colder you are, the fluffier, the lighter, the more powdery the snow tends to get because it doesn't have a ton of moisture in it. That will change throughout the day. This is going to be an interesting evolution, a good science class of seeing how weather changes when the temperatures start to get closer to that precious 32-degree mark. Stefano and I will have more coming up in just a bit.
Okay, thanks so much, Bree. Thanks for continuing to watch this for us and getting us through all of it.
Yeah, we need you. Taking a look at the roads out there. Once again, they are gradually getting worse as this storm heads here to the Mid-South. We're going to keep you alert as to what you need to know if you plan to head out the doors today.
Always get that free WSMV4 weather app. You can search it wherever you get your apps. And this is clearly a situation, looks like maybe a fuel tanker or something like that right there on the side of one of the interstates. We're going to keep watching this for you and have a report on traffic as we go through the morning.
Did you know
I-24 near Shelby Avenue. This is why law enforcement has been saying, just stay home. If you don't have to get out, don't, unless it's an emergency. So there's been this fender bender that's made I-24 kind of like a parking lot. I mean, they're barely moving.
Yeah, it is slow out there. And if you have to get out today, make sure you drive slowly. Troopers say they have already found some pretty slick spots out there, Stefano. And we've been warning people that this snow is only going to get worse as the time moves on.
And then the transition over to freezing rain, a problem as well. Let's talk about why the road conditions are getting so rough in some areas. The road temperatures are well below that freezing mark. And when road temperatures are in the 20s, around 20, and especially lower than that, it's harder for salt and brine solutions to work, helping to keep these roadways clear. So take a look around most of the mid-state. I mean, with the exception of the plateau, most areas are sitting really around 20, if not into the teens, which means that when this snow comes down, like we're seeing on First Alert Live radar, there's more of a likelihood that this sticks. Areas that were untreated are definitely snow covered at this point, and slushy roadways with cars driving over them, like what you're seeing on that part of 24 we just showed you, because traffic is at a standstill right now. Road crews can't get through and clear that out and treat those roadways. So what's going to happen is it's going to freeze because of the cold air, because those cars can't get out of the way. That will freeze into ice. Crews will have to go back out and try and retreat that again, but it will make travel even more treacherous. First Alert Live radar all the way down right at the Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi borders. We are now beginning to see that more telltale sign of a changeover to widespread sleet and freezing rain. We're going to talk about when we expect that changeover elsewhere across the mid-state coming up with your full forecast.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, sir. We do have more pictures coming into the newsroom, and this is critical. This is an aerial view of Fairview. These kinds of pictures, whether they're sent in from our crew or from you, the viewers, we appreciate any information you can send, any pictures you can send, because it helps us tell the story of what's really happening in our area.
Yeah, we're going to put them on the air as we get them. And this is more video from Fairview. As you can see, the snow falling on the deck here. And that snow is starting to accumulate out there as well. So this is what you need to know if you are planning to head out. Law enforcement is saying if you don't need to be out, just don't go out there. Just sit out on your deck right here, take some pictures, send it to us, and enjoy the snowfall.
Make us a coffee, maybe dust off the chair next to you. We'll be there soon. Got some breaking news for you here. A car's crashed and rolled over on I-40 eastbound. Now, Marius, when I look at this, I see how the snow hadn't even really started at that point when this happened. I do wonder if somebody was just really going fast, trying to get where they were trying to go before the snow started. But this is at mile marker 240. The interstate is shut down. Right now, we're not hearing that anyone is hurt in that, which is kind of a miracle when you see where this car ended up, but that is in Lebanon. Here's another video for you. It's showing snow from Spring Hill. Clearly, this is a little bit more current because we've seen a lot of snowfall just in the last couple of hours. It really is sticking, and it is starting to be measurable to a degree.
Yeah, we want to get you to your main weather right now to talk about the snowfall. And at first, when the storm started, or when we started talking about this storm a week ago, we were mentioning how much snow we're going to get, but we've kind of pulled back on the snow now and talk about the ice.
Well, Bree, I think it's an interesting conversation to have. You guys, from the jump, you've been saying this is not going to be clear cut. This is really not about the snowfall. It's really more about the sleet and the freezing rain, because that's what we're going to have to contend with.
And the impacts. You know, earlier this week, I remember we were talking amongst the team, and we all agreed this is not the kind of snowfall where you get that victorious moment with the ruler. You walk outside and you're showing your friends like 10 inches in the back. It's just, that's not how this is going to play out. At this point, we are primarily snow, but once we start to mix in those other precipitation types, it's going to change what's on the ground. It's going to compact it down. It's going to melt it a little bit. It's going to encase it in some ice. It's going to make it messy. And the number one thing is that it's going to cause travel impacts. That's what we've seen across the area. So we've got temperatures in the teens right now, but Stefano and I were just looking at this. Across our southern tier, they're starting to creep into the 20s. That is not a terrifically big deal to you and me, but when you are a droplet of water, that is identity changing, and that's why we're looking at that mix to move in later today and set the stage for some icy conditions across the area. That's why we want folks to be prepared for this. We want folks to be safe. So right now, like I said, we've got temperatures holding steady enough for us that we are in the teens. That wind is not making it feel like that if you are outside and trying to play with this. We've got wind gusts right now around 10, even 20 miles per hour. That is taking that wind chill with it, and it's making it very chilly outside. Feeling like 1 in Clarksville, one measly degree up there. Feeling like 4 up in Hopkinsville. So as far as timing and how this is going to play out for the rest of the day today, here's a look. So by the time we head towards 2 o'clock, we're looking at seeing mostly snow for Nashville. This is along I-40, the timing here. Then once we get to 4 or 5 o'clock, so dinner time, temperatures inching up, clouds, moisture, all of it inching up. We transition to that freezing rain, potentially even a little bit of a wintry mix there. As far as what this looks like visually, let me show it to you. That mix starting to lift to the north. Again, this is a combination here. We've got sleet, we've got freezing rain, we've got even some good old-fashioned rain trying to touch some of our southern tiers. I've been talking about this all week. Snow and ice, they don't get along well. When there's more ice, it will kind of gobble up. It sort of cannibalizes the snowflakes. And that's why our southern tier is not expected to have much on the ground when this is said and done as far as snowfall, but they will see more on the ground as far as ice. We've been talking about the concern with freezing rain that introduces the threat for power outages. The time frame that would be most likely would be after dark tonight. So think sunset tonight through about sunrise on Sunday. Stefano and I were having a great conversation about this earlier too. So if you're thinking about your storm preps, have them handy if you go to bed. If you've got your flashlight and everything set up maybe in the living room or in the kitchen, well, you wake up in the middle of the night, you don't have power, you're stumbling around in the dark. Put it next to the bed, put your shoes next to the bed, have everything kind of near you. So if you do need to grab any of those resources, they're handy, they're close by. Very cold sticks with us through this upcoming week. So this will continue to be a wintry marathon, but we're gonna get through it, right? One step at a time. We'll have more coming up.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's take a live look outside right now as that snow continues to fall. It's going to be a thing for several more hours here today. Live look downtown Nashville. This is our Nissan Stadium camera shooting back across the Cumberland. Our city looks like it's in a snow globe.
It is in a snow globe. We're still trying to figure out who shook the snow globe and trying to tell them to stop. We don't want to see this much snow out there, but we're going to tell you what you need to know as the snow continues to fall right here on WSMV.
WSMV's What to Wear.
Hours wanting to bring you everything you need to know so you're totally prepared. This is that live look again. The accident we started showing you probably about 15 minutes ago. We've shown you a few different angles. This is I-24 near Shelby Avenue. This is why police have been saying stay home, because now we're dealing with a crash and a backup. Do not get out unless it's an emergency. But this particular one is a fender bender. It's made I-24 kind of a parking lot, although you see people still moving ever so slowly.
And you don't want to be out in this parking lot as it continues to snow. And if you have to get out today, make sure to drive slowly. Troopers say they have already found some slick spots out there. And Stefano, you've been tracking the road issues as well.
Yeah, you just don't slam on your brakes. That's kind of the important thing here. When you're going downhill in your vehicle, try to pop it into a low gear. You'll either see that L, maybe a 1 or a 2 on your gear shifter there. Traffic has been a mess. Now, I will tell you right now, the traffic flow map doesn't do this justice because there's not a lot of volume out there, so it's not backing up to, these oranges and these reds, these stop and goes, but we're seeing a lot of crashes develop across the mid-state. I-40 eastbound, there's a rollover vehicle. This is between exits 21 and Tennessee 45 near Old Hickory Boulevard on the east side of the city. A little farther to the north, there's another crash on I-24, this eastbound after exit 87. This is right near the Brick Church Pike exit, so that's certainly going to cause some problems. Another one, I-40 westbound. This is blocking the entry ramp of the east. It's an eastbound crash on I-40 heading into I-24. It's right at that junction, so we'll continue to see conditions deteriorate quickly. Stick with us here on WSMV 4.
I'm John Morgan, and this is my family. More than 35 years ago, my wife Ultima and I started our firm with the simple goal to fight for families like yours.
What began as a small firm is now America's largest. But to us, it's always been more than just a business.
It's a family business. We understand what it means to face hard times and fight to overcome them. Every case we take on is personal because we know what's at stake for you.
When you're injured, we're here for you.
For the people, for the families.
At Farm Bureau Insurance of Tennessee, our name says it all. Of Tennessee. We're a Tennessee company who's called this state home for over 75 years. And that means we're truly your local insurance company, here to help you protect what matters most. Your home, your auto, and your
Today starts now with First Alert Weather.
Hey, good morning. If you're tuning in looking for coverage on snow and potentially some ice, you got it. Don't go anywhere. You're taking a live look right now at Bellevue, the interstates. Things are starting to really get packed down on those roads.
And we want to get you right to First Alert meteorologist Bree Smith and Stefano DiPietro. And guys, we've been talking about the next big change, and that next big change is the snow turning to ice.
And sleet and freezing rain and then freezing over again. I mean, it really is sort of the process of Tennessee becoming crystallized in ice.
And this light, fluffy snow, it looks nice, but it packs down on the roads very closely. We've had a couple of THP troopers tell us that when it packs down like that, it's turning to ice. So it looks like it's snow, but you can slip on it very easily. It's making road conditions very treacherous.
And then we expect that, especially with the sleet starting to mix in too, because that accumulates on roadways. So it is exactly as we've been telling you all week. It is a wintry wonderland about to become kind of a wintry mess. And the name of the game is we want you to be safe. So right now it is largely still snow, but notice on our southern tier, just in the last scan here with radar, we're starting to see more of that wintry mix come in, more sleet transitioning across our southern tier. Now, we've been telling you that as ice accumulates, there may be power outages tonight. So now is the time to make sure everything is charged and make sure that you've got a good way to get weather information and updates. The WSMV4 First Alert Weather app, free. Here, I'll pop over. Look, there's a QR code. Scan this bad mamma jamma, download this. You can, yeah, right, you take us with you everywhere you go. We want to meet you where you are, and you're going to be looking for information for the next couple days here. Clouds across central portions of Middle Tennessee, flakes flying. Good friends of mine, the Clark family, live in northern Sumner County, and they were like the last to get some real snowflakes, but it's happening now, and unfortunately our eyes are going to switch to seeing that transition to a wintry mix during the afternoon and evening hours. Sleet is the ting, ting, ting of those ice crystals. The main threat with sleet is its accumulation on roadways. It does create slick surfaces. Then we go to freezing rain, Stefano, and of course the concern there is the glaze of ice, the weight that it adds to power lines, the weight that it adds to trees, and that's where we may see some power outages.
You're talking hundreds of pounds of ice on these. Quarter of an inch of ice, half an inch of ice is something along the lines of 200-300 pounds. And with the current temperatures that we're seeing, I mean, you're really just focused right now on the fact that this is mostly snow, like Bree said, might be mixing in just a few sleet pellets, but the air temperature itself is still very low at this point. So because of that, we're still seeing those issues as far as snow is concerned. Now, though, to the south and east, we're starting to see more of that sleet and freezing rain. Around the Chattanooga area, if you ever drive near Mont Eagle, get up into that mountain, imagine what snow is doing to Mont Eagle right now. Imagine what ice is going to do to it very quickly here over the next couple of hours. But eventually, that line of mixing freezing rain and sleet will work its way toward the I-40 corridor. It's still going to be a couple of hours until that happens here, probably not until between about 1, maybe 3 o'clock. Farther north we are, snow will continue. That's where some of our higher snow totals will be. Eventually, we mix in some plain rain to the south and east, but it's really just going to be an icy mix from Nashville points north and west, mostly through the night tonight, maybe even all the way into tomorrow morning. We'll take a look at this changeover from sleet, freezing rain to plain old rain coming up later on.
All right, Stefano, thank you so much. Now, we want to get you out to First Alert meteorologist Melanie Layden.
Yeah, so she's been tracking the storm all week from inside the studio, looking at the forecast models and being a part of the team. Now she's out live in it. I'm interested, Melanie, what you're seeing, where you are, but then also that real expert look at what's coming through right now.
Well, we're really seeing it coming down, guys. We're still over here in the West Nashville area. Move locations. We're now at this pretty busy intersection of White Bridge Road, right where it meets up with Charlotte Pike. And there's actually a good amount of cars on the road. You know, we've been telling people to really stay home if you can. Most of these main roads still okay, but they're deteriorating very rapidly. We're looking at all these cars still coming by. Most of them driving slow. You can see not too many cars out in the roadways, but it's starting to get a little bit dangerous out here. The snow really starting to stack up, and I'll tell you what, the wind is brutal. It is so windy and so cold out here. Temperatures really dropping. We're starting to see already, as you just heard from Stefano and Bree, that we're starting to see in some spots it already mixing over to some freezing rain, some sleet. So starting to get a few areas where it's already getting icy, and that's going to really do a number on the roads. Right now it's just snow here in the metro Nashville area, but once we get those icy conditions, that's when things can really start to take a big turn for the worse. Obviously already starting to get a little bit slick outside, but once we get the ice out there, that's when things will really start to go downhill. You'll want to stay indoors. But again, we're over here in the White Bridge and Charlotte Pike area. Very cold, very windy. We're going to see this soon, that changeover from snow to sleet here pretty soon. A lot of accidents already on the roadways. When I come back in about 30 minutes, I'll talk you through those traffic accidents back in the studio and tell you what's going on around town. Guys.
Okay, Melanie Layden, thanks so much. One of our meteorologists in our very largest team of meteorologists in the state. THP has been preparing for the storm for quite a while. We've got Major Travis Plotzer with us on the phone right now.
Major, how are things been looking out there? We've seen some of the roads out there. We saw the accident on I-24. What are you seeing as you get out on the roads?
You know, what we're starting to see now is the roads are starting to come slicker and slicker. We've been preparing for this, like you said, for some time in collaboration with TDOT and TEMA, but we're starting to see the roads starting to get slicker. As you all said, we're encouraging people, if they do not have to get out on the roadways, please don't.
Yeah.
Because obviously they're putting themselves at danger and also the responders.
Major, we were seeing a video from, I believe, a trooper earlier from Lawrence County, and he was talking already about it being icy on the roads down there. I am curious where you are located, Major, and what you've seen so far on the roads today.
Right now, I'm west of Nashville in Dixon County, and the roads are snow-covered and becoming slick. I've actually run into people in four-wheel drives, and they share the same sentiments. If you don't have to be out, don't, because they even know themselves that in ice, they're not able to get out and be effective as well.
Are there any major trouble spots that you expect to pop up there in Dixon County?
None right now. I'll be traveling the mid-state. None right now, but obviously we'll be monitoring closely. But we'll stay in close contact with our local partners, but also with TDOT and TEMA so we can address those quickly. Our dispatchers are working around the clock, ready to take calls from the public, also our local partners that are needing assistance. They can reach out to us anytime at star THP. That's star 847 from your cell phone.
And briefly, Major, I just want to hear from you your explanation as to why people need to stay home, because this is a message your organization always gives to us, and we get the information out for people. But what is the real reason that you want people to stay home?
We don't want to see them get injured in a crash. We don't want to see them be stranded somewhere, and so from hypothermia.
Sure.
Obviously, if they're involved in a crash or become stranded, it puts the first responders at risk. We want them to be safe, and thanks to you all's help getting the message out, people have had ample time to prepare for this. Now, we do understand that there's essential workers that must be out. Tow truck operators, nurses, doctors, people in the medical profession, and we understand that. That's essential workers. But if you don't have to be out, we want to encourage people, please stay home.
Okay. Major Travis Plotzer with Tennessee Highway Patrol, thanks for your time. Be safe out there today.
All right, well,
bye-bye.
Major, thank you. And we want to get you out to Jordan James. He's been out in the elements and watching the snow come down, talking to people out in Lebanon. What is it looking like out there right now, and how has it changed since the last time we heard from you?
Well, Marius, we actually just made our way to Mount Juliet, and the snow has really picked up over the last several minutes. You can see it blowing over my face. And in fact, this road has been covered in snow. If it wasn't for a TDOT truck that just made its way down South Mount Juliet Road, the conditions would be impassable. Now, the good sign is that we don't see many people out on the roadway. Anyone familiar with this area, the Providence Shopping Center is a popular spot where thousands of people would be there, but it appears that several stores are closed. And right behind me, there is a Waffle House. So this is also a popular spot where several people have been going to try and get themselves a warm meal. Moments ago, I spoke with a man who found himself out in the elements. Take a listen.
Actually, I went over to Waffle House to place an order, and then I came over here to get some gas because I need to make sure I get filled up. And I stopped at Starbucks on my way out to get some medicine ball, and went into Kroger and got some tomatoes.
What has it been like being out in the snow for you?
Actually, so far it hadn't been that bad at all. It's actually been peaceful because I know the brine was out a little bit earlier, so I didn't mind getting out this time of the morning to get out in it. But I want to get all of those things straight before I get back in the house and safe.
That's what I was going to ask you about. So it sounds like you plan to hunker down over the next few days?
Absolutely. Already prepared, got everything we need to get through the next 4 or 5 days, so we're good to go.
And so what has the experience been like driving from wherever you started to getting to the Waffle House today? What did you notice while out there?
Actually didn't notice too much of a issue at all. Actually, in our neighborhood didn't have too many people that had already tried to get out or anything like that. But as I started coming out on the main road here, Mount Juliet Road, I saw that there was a lot more traffic, but it's been good. No problem.
And speaking of being good, I imagine you're happy that Waffle House is open on a day like today.
Absolutely. I told my wife I was going to treat her to something special before we got to have to stay in together for a long period of time. So she thought that was a good treat.
Now, as we've been saying, the conditions are expected to get worse, so if you don't have to be out here, it's recommended that you stay home. And again, one last look at the road, you can see that it's, for the most part, covered in ice, and most people are trying to stay in the lane that TDOT just plowed moments ago. But we're going to stay out here, continue to talk to people, and bring you the very latest. Marius, Lauren.
Jordan, thank you so much. The Waffle House is always open. We don't want to tell you to go out to the Waffle House, but if you have to go out, Waffle House. Hey, we're tracking conditions on the roads there right now.
Yeah, our Joylyn Bukovac is out and about. It's interesting. I know you're around the 12 South area. If this were a typical weekend, Joylyn, there would be people everywhere. But I think a lot of people probably didn't even get to travel into Nashville because of this weather.
Yeah, this is definitely an area that really attracts the tourists. And you're right, it's not hopping like it usually is here at 12 South. The roads are a slushy mess. But you know what? you know what else is open? Pancake Pantry, because we just stopped by there. There was a crowd, and we were talking to some people over there, and we're all creatures of habits. Some people say, well, I come here every weekend. Of course, snow's not going to keep us away. We want to get there before the roads got too treacherous. So we were talking to some people who they were making their weekend rounds before things got too dicey. But as you can see here, the snow really is piling up quickly. And so it's a good call to stay at home now. The people that went to Pancake Pantry to get their breakfast, and some even took some leftovers for tomorrow, that's definitely a good call, because we are expecting some ice to move through and things to get even dicier out here on the roadways tonight into tomorrow. So yeah, I still have seen some people walking their dogs, going on jogs, you know, just before things really start to pick up here. But yes, as you can see from these road conditions, it's not looking great. So definitely stay home, take it slow, because if you do hit a patch of ice, there's really no stopping in that, and it's really easy to spin and to slide around. We don't want that to happen to you all. For now, reporting live in Nashville, I'm Jordan Bukovac, WSMV4.
Joylyn, thank you. I'm still stuck on this pro move of somebody eating out this morning and then getting an extra serving to go. That was pro.
They know what to do, exactly what to do. Hey, we've seen the roads out there. Stefano, you've been keeping a track of the interstates and what they're looking like out there.
And one of the things we talked about is that interstates and main roads are going to be a little bit on the clearer side because they've had salt and brine solutions down. It doesn't necessarily mean they are totally good to go. Right side of your screen, there's Bellevue. Now, the main road itself is still kind of a slushy mess, but take a look at the on-ramp here, and that's really going to be the problems. It's overpasses, bridges, on and off ramps that are really going to have a tough time getting treated. And to the left side of your screen, we have I-40 eastbound at Whitebridge. Again, the main road looks okay, but you look down to some of those side roads, and that's where the roads are obviously still covered. Here's where things start to get concerning. So your current road conditions map. Roads are snow covered across a lot of the area. See that pink down at the bottom of your screen, though, around areas like Chattanooga, creeping up near Lawrenceburg back to Memphis? That's that wintry and icy mix we're talking about. That's what's going to turn into sleet and especially freezing rain. We've already seen problems on the roadways. There have been a lot of issues. There was an overturned vehicle. Looks like they may have cleared that, though. It was I-40 eastbound at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's coming, going out of the city, obviously. And what's very interesting along this extent of I-24, which goes right through the heart of downtown Nashville, see all of these icons? That's cars running right into each other, stopping with all the traffic. So you're just ba-boom, ba-boom, because they can't hit the brakes fast enough, and they're just sliding on all of that snow and ice. So if you have to go out, you need to take it easy. Try not to slam on your brakes. Just take it slow. If you don't have to, don't do it.
All right, Stefano, good advice there. Hey, we are just getting you started. We're going to be with you all day long, and we're going to keep you up to date with what's to come on our free WSMV4 weather app.
Yeah, search for us on your App Store or Google Play. You can sign up to get weather alerts from our team of First Alert meteorologists. The app is always updating, and as things change, we'll send push alerts to your phone. Think about that. How amazing that you'll just get the update right there in the palm of your hand.
We got you covered. Stick around.
Get in the zone with the
in the field tracking the conditions so you can see what's going on and not have to leave your home.
Yeah, that's the benefit. Danielle Ledbetter is live out there. I know you're in the passenger seat of the car, Danielle. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, so we are on Gallatin Pike in East Nashville, and we have been out driving for about 2.5 hours. And let me tell you guys, I am shocked about the amount of drivers and cars that we are seeing out and about. And we stopped at a few grocery stores as well to kind of just see what is bringing people out today. And we've heard just a plethora of answers. Some people just treating it as business as usual, while others are like, okay, I see the snow, let me get to the store, let me grab what I need. So just hearing a lot of different things. But again, shocked to see this amount of drivers out here, especially after TDOT crews, NDOT crews, all of the state officials have been warning people to stay off the roads and stay at home. So here in East Nashville, where we are, that's not what we're really seeing. We're not really seeing a lot of people off the roads. But if you have to get out later and you are going on the roads and you see these TDOT, NDOT crews, give them plenty of space to work and do not try to pass them. So we are going to continue to drive around and let you guys know what we see out here.
Danielle Ledbetter, thank you so much. Of course, want to go back to our team of experts here. We've got Bree Smith with us in the studio right now, along with our Stefano DiPietro. When you look at the snow globe here that's behind you,
I know.
I mean, this is exactly what you guys called for, and we're watching it happen in real time.
Say, I literally just posted this on Facebook with the caption, snow globe mode activated. And that is what has happened in downtown. We are still snow. And I'll tell you, I got a question on Instagram also saying, how do I know the difference between a powdery snow and a packing snow? And it's literally what it feels like in your hand. Not necessarily a difference in the sky, although those powdery snows tend to whip around a little bit more. If you take a handful of this and you can make a snowball, it's a heavy wet snow. If you take a handful of this and you try to make a snowball and it just comes down like powdered sugar, that's a very dry snow. Dry snows are very efficient snows. They also pack down really quickly and they tend to form in much, much colder temperatures. It is really cold outside. The wind chill's in the single digits. So if you do want to go outside safely and try to play with this for a little bit, you got to bundle up. Now, unfortunately, it is already starting to transition to that wintry mix of sleet and freezing rain, especially for areas to the southeast. And Stefano just mentioned this. He was worried about Mont Eagle, which, full disclosure, when I've had to drive up Mont Eagle during active weather, I call it Scary Mountain, because it is scary when there's active weather. And we have a jackknife tractor trailer on Interstate 24 heading eastbound, so going up the mountain from Nashville towards Chattanooga. So roads are snarling, and they're snarling quickly. As that changeover continues to happen, we will see roads deteriorate really fast. It is primarily sleet in the yellow that's mixing in here, but freezing rain is not far away. We will have more. We're going to get you through this storm, one flake, one sleet pellet, one freezing raindrop at a time, from the first to the last. You stay with us.
Quick look at first alert traffic as road conditions continue to deteriorate really across the entire state. Now, this is the part that's starting to get more concerning. A lot of roads are snow covered. That's easily seen. It's easily cleared by road crews. What you're seeing, though, south, right at the Tennessee and Alabama borders, the Mississippi border as well, and around Chattanooga, we're changing over to that icy and wintry mix. I want to look at the traffic flow map. There's a lot of problems around the mid-state right now. But remember, not that long ago, we mentioned Monteagle and just how dangerous it can be to drive in any inclement weather. This is the eastbound I-24 crash heading toward Monteagle. This is actually a jackknifed tractor trailer. You can imagine, if you've ever driven this way, just how long that's going to take to clear. We also have a few more crashes right now that are in downtown Nashville, right in the heart of the city on I-24. And these are the ones that I was talking about, where this was most likely caused by one crash happening out ahead going eastbound, and then all these other cars, when they come to a stop on the back side of it, there were additional crashes because of that, because you're trying to stop on slick roadways that are actually covered in ice in some areas. And if you have to go out, you need to take it slow and use plenty of extra caution.
Okay, and you know, listen, when we can see what viewers send us in, we're able to really show you exactly what's going on in real time. This is snow in Clifton right here. It does look like things have lightened up, at least in Clifton, or maybe this was from earlier and things were not as significant at that point. But even still, we know it's really fallen and getting more intense in certain areas.
Yeah, it's starting to come down, and it looks pretty out there in Clifton. We just want to show you the animals enjoying. Look at Snowbird chilling on the deck.
I love it.
Out there in the snow, got the Channel 4 scarf on, looking all snowbirdy.
This is a vintage edition right here, so I'm really amazed at somebody pulling out their vintage Snowbird right now.
That's cool.
We have already seen some schools reporting in. Those are always going to be scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now, so just be aware. And as we take a live look outside, this is downtown Nashville. Bree, Stefano, we know you guys are in the mix all the time. It is so good to have two sealed meteorologists right here with us, walking us through all of this. You guys have been so busy all week long getting us prepared for this.
And you know, it's felt like a marathon. I think at one point yesterday it was like, we've been talking about it so long, it's finally here.
Yeah, it finally got, I mean, you know, it started off a little slow this morning, but now you see how quick the roads are becoming a problem, and they only get worse when we switch to ice later.
So you were talking about it, those first flakes had to overcome some dry air at the surface, but now that they have, they are accumulating quickly. So this is our winter event, snow falling across Middle Tennessee, and that edge, that southern edge, is starting to see that transition to sleet mixing in. These are accumulating quickly. The ground is plenty cold for this. And so we're going to have more wintry weather accumulate throughout the day. And as Stefano said, we hate to see folks stuck on roadways. I mean, that is just the worst of it. Make sure you've got a good way to get weather information. The whole team is working this event. We're going to be here. We want to make sure you can get a hold of us. That's a look at our First Alert weather app. We'll have more with team coverage coming up.
Kroger always gives you more ways to save, like low prices in every aisle. Plus, you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the app and earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. Discover more ways to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Uh-oh. Looks like someone's clouded by doubt.
Now, with First Alert Weather.
You know, that thing we've been talking about all week, don't know if you heard about it, but there's something called a winter storm that we've been preparing you for, and it is dumping now, all right? It has arrived in Middle Tennessee. It's been snowing for a solid 2 hours now. It started, you know, I mean, if you're in Nashville, we started seeing those flakes fly around 8 a.m., you know, just in the event you weren't awake and hadn't looked through the window. But this is going to stay with us for a little while, not just what we see falling now, but what's still yet to come.
Yeah, our team of First Alert meteorologists will be with you all day long. Stefano DiPietro and Bree Smith are here now with the very latest. Got to ask you, when you start reporting about this storm a week ago, has anything changed majorly?
Honestly, it's really been as consistent as we thought it would be. We knew it would be a complicated setup with snow and ice coming in, and that the impacts from this would be travel and potential power outages.
And we've only gotten, you know, a better picture of that, and we're not even at the power outage phase yet because we still have hours to go. You know, I know it's just snow in some areas right now. When you change over to ice later, that's the problem.
That's when things really start to get treacherous. You know, and Stefano, great point that he just mentioned to me for you at home. If you want to try to do some snow removal, this snow is so light, you could go and use a leaf blower with
you
it.
can just
you really
could. Yeah,
like,
do it real quick.
Save your back. Just crank up the leaf blower and get it off of your driveway. Snow is what we've got right now. Sleet, freezing rain are what we expect later, and that's really going to be the most impactful as far as travel and for power outages. Freezing rain is what can add weight to those power lines and tree branches, and that's when we really start to see some trouble as far as infrastructure goes. Watching that southern edge very carefully, we're already starting to see some indications of that changeover to sleet and freezing rain across our southern tier. That's where we've got the purples and the pinks over towards Grundy County. Notice temperatures are just a skosh warmer there. I mean, it doesn't feel great, but 24 degrees versus 18 degrees versus 19 degrees actually does make a big difference when you are a snowflake or a sleet pellet or a freezing rain droplet. At this point where the yellows are mixing into our southern two tiers of counties, that's the sleet. That's that tink, 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 tink that you hear outside your window. And we're just going to see more of this, Stefano, as we head into the evening hours. That freezing rain threat really primarily for tonight.
Yeah, that's really going to be one of the big things here is that change over to sleet and freezing rain. So let me quickly walk you through Futurecast. It'll happen in the southern portions of our area first. So areas like McMinnville, Shelbyville, Lawrenceburg, and Decaturville will stay snow longer the farther north that we go. That changeover should really start to lock into the area along I-20 or along I-40, I should say, around 1, 2, maybe 3 o'clock at the latest, and then that changeover really just takes over the rest of the mid-state going into this evening. Areas south and east of Nashville, the air at the surface will get just warm enough that it will change to plain rain. Doesn't mean the road conditions are going to get any better, though. I mean, that rain is falling onto snow and ice, so when we cool down later, everything will just refreeze. But Nashville off to the points at north and west, we're expecting to stay sleet and freezing rain for several hours. We may never in Nashville, definitely off to the north and west, but even around Nashville, never change back over to that rain, and then everybody ends as some rain, sleet, and snow Sunday afternoon. We'll talk about ice totals and power outages coming up.
All right, Stefano, thank you. Our crews are all over Middle Tennessee as this storm continues to wreak havoc here in the mid-state. We want to check in with our Steve Maley.
Yeah, Steve, tell us where you are and what the conditions are like there.
Lauren, Marius, I'm in beautiful downtown Franklin, which is not as hustly and bustly as it usually is on a given day. But I want to talk about what Stefano and Bree just mentioned with the snow. So they mentioned it's not really packing snow. You pick it up, you can't really make a snowball, it just kind of falls out of your hand like that, which means right now is the perfect time to start clearing everything off because we've gotten a good amount of accumulation down here. I want to tell you what Williamson County Emergency Management said was one of the biggest problems they've seen so far, and it comes down in Spring Hill. They said that they were getting reports of drivers doing 90 miles per hour on I-65 southbound and northbound. So just a reminder, I know we've told you to stay off the roads. If you're going to be on the roads, please don't do 90 miles per hour. And also, we've seen some drivers come through the downtown square doing donuts around the town square. We're not going to show that video because we don't want to encourage it. But please don't be doing that. Any type of that dangerous driving, it could cause some serious crashes, and then it can make the job for first responders much more difficult to do as they go through everything here today. So we actually spoke with someone who was out here walking, believe it or not, walking in the snow, enjoying it. Take a listen to what she had to say about what brought her out here today on this snow day.
I walk every day in Franklin. This is just a daily thing for me, so neither rain, wind, sleet, or snow and ice can keep me away from my daily walk.
So what are your plans for later with the ice coming?
I'm going to go home with my little toy fox terrier and have a hot cup of cocoa.
Take a look at it right now. City of Franklin doing a great job already, making sure their plows are out here on these main areas and main stretches, trying to make a way for drivers. Biggest thing we've been talking about all morning long, you don't got to be out. Please don't come out. There's no reason to. Enjoy indoors, enjoy the hot cocoa like Elizabeth just mentioned to us. And please be ready for this ice that's going to be coming in shortly after. If you have time to clear off stuff outside right now, do it before the ice gets in, because I know, coming from New York, it's a pain in the butt once it starts to stick to everything and the ice gets mixed in there. So, guys, I'll send it back to you.
That was literally what I was about to say. I was like the New York guy. I mean, he's just telling everybody what to do. I didn't know.
All right, Steve, thanks so much. Hey, then go over to our Dryden quickly, who's out in the elements as well.
Yeah, Dryden, tell us where you are and what the conditions are like there.
Okay, well, first of all, I would like to say I am also, too, from New York, but right now I am on Gallatin outside of the Publix here. We're taking a look at the roads. I can tell you it's not as busy as it normally is on a Saturday morning. There are definitely fewer cars, but it is by no means empty. People are definitely still out here coming to get some last-minute groceries. So we talked with a few who are heading over here in this Publix. It's still open. Most of the people we talked with were coming to get, again, last-minute items. Many of them said this was going to be their last run of the day. We talked with one woman who was coming to get vinegar because she wanted to pickle some vegetables over this storm. We talked with another guy who was here to get sugar for his cookies. So really all sorts of activities that you can do while you're stuck inside. But we talked with one man, Elliot. He said he was out here because he had just gotten in late last night and needed to pick up some last minute items.
Got in late last night, so I had to run here this morning. I thought I'd beat the snow, but I didn't. Yeah, I'm done for like the winter. We'll be indoors.
And I think that sounds like a good plan. After being out here for a little bit, I can tell you it is very cold. Also a reminder, everyone I've seen walk in, almost everyone I've seen has almost slipped and fell. So be careful wherever you're walking. Even if it doesn't look icy, it still can be icy, especially when you're getting in and out of your cars here. I've seen people, take that, almost fall, some too close calls, and I don't want that happening to you all. So stay safe out there. But for now, live in East Nashville, Dryden Quigley, WSMV4.
I guess New York is the place to be to learn all about the snow.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about everybody on our team. We've got Stefano DiPietro from PA. We got Hunter. He's a Colorado guy. I mean, we got those two. We've got our two New York folk here, Dryden and Steve.
I spent some time in Salt Lake City, so I know about the winter. I know about the snow.
We got you covered. I guess
yes, we do. We got you all covered. Hey, we want to get you covered on these roads. First Alert traffic reporter and meteorologist Melanie Layden joins us now.
Yeah, Melanie, what are you seeing out there? Because I know we've already been reporting some issues on the roads. What do you have for us?
A lot of accidents out there already, guys. I just got in from out in the field, switching gears down to traffic, and I'm just getting a look here at the big picture, the maps and the TDOT cameras, and seeing what all we have going on out there. And there are a lot of accidents, a lot of people that are on the roads, very, very slow going. It's very slick out there. This is a live look, I-40 at Fessler's Lane. Got a couple emergency crews on scene here. It's a couple of cars, maybe even a semi involved in this accident. Traffic still kind of getting by there, but notice how slow everyone's going. They're at least heeding those warnings. We are looking at a couple other shots around town. This is just snow-covered roads here. No crashes that we see, but this is I-24 at Old Hickory Boulevard. Looks like we have maybe one lane that people are kind of staying in and using this as the lane with all the heat from the cars to kind of help melt that snow, while the other lanes are still totally snow-covered. Here's a look at our traffic flow map. Look at all the yellow, the orange out there. That indicates everyone's going much lower than the speed limit, which is good. You want to do that if you have to be out and about. We've been urging everyone to stay home if they can. But look at this. We got a whole lot of accident right here on the east side of that downtown loop, 4 in a row. A lot of these are going to be disabled cars, people who may be spun out and are now on the side shoulder. A couple others, accidents. Down I-24, a couple of crashes here that police are now being responded out to and working, but really slow going there. I'll get a look at a couple more of these in detail of actual accidents, and we'll take a look at drive times heading in and out of town too, and how it's impacting people who do maybe have to be on the roads for those essential workers.
Okay, Melanie, thank you for watching that. We know it's going to continue to develop. So glad you're watching the roads for us. You might be wondering if snow plows will come through your area. In Nashville, NDOT hundreds of miles on its snowplow routes. They have those miles. They've been out since about 6:30 this morning. There are 80 routes in Davidson County. NDOT has 9,300 tons of salt, 100,000 gallons of brine, and 40,000 gallons of calcium chloride to treat them. The plow routes are categorized into primary, secondary, and post-secondary. Primary routes are roads people use the most, so we're talking about ones near hospitals, transit routes, emergency routes. NDOT has a snowplow route viewer. You can type in your address and see if it's part of their plan. We've got a link to that tool inside the WSMV4 News app right now. Well, the city of Franklin is also going to have snowplows out. We're going to show you a map here with red lines on it.
Yeah, the maps are the ones the city will take care of. Some of them include South Royal Oaks Boulevard, McEwen, Carruthers, Liberty Pike, Cool Springs Boulevard, as well as the Downs.
And they are viewable right now on the WSMV4 app. Speaking of Franklin, taking a live look out there right now. Got a couple people walking around. This is downtown Franklin on Main Street. That's right at the corner of the Starbucks, just down the street from where our Steve Mailing was just a moment ago.
Yeah, Steve was out there in the snow, frolicking in the snow, as you
Seems like
will.
Such a fitting word for Steve.
If you want to see what the weather looks like in your area, you could submit pictures and videos through the WSMV4 News app or on our website. We'd love to show them here on air. So if you want to get out and show us pictures of you and the dogs or Snowbird frolicking in the snow.
Yeah, I can't believe we haven't seen a dog yet with the zoomies. So when you let your dog out and they have the zoomies, send the video. It's very easy to do in the WSMV4 app. You can be part of our coverage. We love when we can feature your pictures and videos in our newscasts.
Yeah, we need to see that. And several school districts and universities are already making the call to cancel school on Monday.
Okay, so check this out here. When you hear the music, what you're hearing now, you know what that means. It means Snowbird school closings. You're going to know if school's closed, if Snowbird shows up, and if you hear that telltale music, we'll also have them scrolling on the bottom of your screen all day long.
Did you know the largest auto glass companies
I-40 at Fessler's Lane right here. You can see the cars and the trucks off to the left-hand side of the road or the right-hand side of the road as you're coming this way. You could also see the cars moving very slowly past this accident. We're going to reach out and see what's going on right there and how soon they're going to have things cleared up.
We got a lot of issues out there on the roads. Melanie Layden is watching it for you. Her report's in a minute.
And the Tennessee Highway Patrol is out monitoring conditions all across the state. And here's what troopers are seeing in Lawrence County. You're going to want to hear this.
I will show you that this is just turning back to ice. Please stay off the roadways. They're starting to cover back over. As you can see on my car, it's freezing to the car. I'm having to use de-icer every couple of miles to be able to just see out my windshield. Please stay home unless you have an emergency. And if you have an emergency, contact emergency personnel. If you need to call 911, call 911. Star THP, star 847 if you need a trooper. Please slow down and drive safely. It's people like this. It's not the problem of going on this. It's stopping. Please stay at home.
What did we hear? Somebody was going 90 on the interstate.
Yeah.
That's what THP has told us. 90
In
in
these
this.
conditions.
You can't do that. It was partly cloudy.
No.
What
It
what's
shouldn't.
wrong with you know what I'm saying?
Cloudy, yeah.
Oh,
Like he
gosh.
said, it's stopping. It's not, you know, it's once you stop, you may not stop.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, he told you, stay inside. Stay inside.
That's all we need to do.
Right? Hardworking men and women out there trying to keep those roads safe. Hardworking meteorologists and news professionals trying to keep you informed. We'll show you what's happening out there.
And now the changeover's happening in some spots as well.
Which is going to make it slipperier. That's going to make those top speeds even more treacherous. So again, safety is the name of the game here. If you want some snow, and it's still snowing outside for a good portion, I mentioned this earlier, put a Tupperware out there. That's what I told my husband for the kids. I was like, that way my 8-year-old can play with it this afternoon when it's icy and too dicey outside. Teens, right now, it is very cold. The wind chills are near single digits. That transition that we've been watching all morning is really in that southern 2 tiers. So stretching towards Tullahoma, portions of Grundy County, more Lincoln, Franklin County, Lawrence County, I'm looking at you, Wayne County, looking at you. This is going to get so slick, so fast. We've got ice storm warnings in effect for that dark purple area, and we've got winter storm warnings in effect for the pink area. The impacts are the same, Stefano. It just means who would get more snow compared to the ice, who would get more ice compared to the snow.
It's a little bit more of a concentration thing, right? So areas that are far to the south and west are starting to see a little bit more mixing earlier, so they're going to have a little more concentration of ice, but it doesn't mean that ice is not a problem elsewhere. Let me show you our ice potential for the rest of today, tonight, into Sunday. So this will give you a little bit better of an idea of where the highest icing is going to be and also where the greatest risk for power outages will be. So we are going to include parts of Davidson County, downtown Nashville, in that. It's the metro area. If we do end up getting about 1/4 of an inch of ice or more than that, power outages become more of an issue. Farther south and west as well, Centerville, Decaturville. Higher elevations of the plateau will also see more icing, which isn't that surprising in elevations. But areas like Murfreesboro, Gallatin, Franklin, Clarksville, Waverly, Paris, down through Shelbyville, I don't want to ignore those areas. I know the farther south and east we go will eventually change to rain, but a couple hours of ice could be enough to cause some problems. You hear a lot of ice numbers this week, right? You'll hear them the rest of today. 1/10 of an inch of ice just means minor impacts. Your windshield is coated, slick bridges and overpasses. There's ice on vegetation. At 1/4 of an inch, more roads get icy. Some tree limbs from the weight of that ice. You don't think it put a lot of weight on there, but it does. They can snap. They can break. Even power lines can flex and break as well. When you get up to 1/2 an inch or more in ice, you're talking widespread impacts to roadways, widespread tree damage, and the chance for significantly more power outages as well. That can be crippling for an area. And because a lot of this changeover will happen overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning, I kind of want you to treat going to bed tonight like you would an overnight severe weather threat. Something that's different, though, have extra blankets by the bed, because what may happen is you wake up in the middle of the night and you've been without power for 2 or 3 hours, and the temperatures drop significantly, so you have to make sure you have a way to get warm quickly. Flashlight with fresh batteries is great as well. Make sure you charge all of your mobile devices before you get to bed tonight. That way, if you do end up losing power, you're still going to have a full charge, and you can also download the WSMV4 weather app. If you end up losing power, you can stream us right there, get the latest updates on the timing, the totals, and just all of this bitter cold air that's going into early next week. So look at your first alert 7 day. There's 4 alert days on there now. Obviously, today and tomorrow we're focused on the sleet, snow, the freezing rain threat. Monday and Tuesday, it's dangerous cold. We're at 8 degrees Monday morning. Big old goose egg Tuesday morning. We are at 0 degrees. Temperatures don't get above freezing until Wednesday, and they're barely going to move from there. It's not like we're going to warm up very quickly whatsoever working into next week. Look at wind chills by Monday morning. They get worse as you head to the north and west. 10, 15 degrees below 0 for areas like Clarksville, Hopkinsville, Murray, Paris. Gets a little bit better out toward the plateau. Sounds a little bit weird, but it's just because the coldest air has not quite worked its way into those areas, at least at that point. By Tuesday morning, these are ridiculous numbers. This will be enough, regardless of how the roads are, to just be dangerous for us. 10, 15, 20 degrees below 0. It's been a while. I think just over a year, Melanie, which isn't maybe that long since we've had temperatures at 0 in Nashville, but those wind chills are bad.
Very bad wind chills, and you know what that means? It means whatever we do get today into tomorrow is really not going to go anywhere until the middle or so of next week. So got to wait for that big, great melting to take place. All right, so far, just a little snow that's come down has really snarled our traffic. Let's take a look at the traffic cameras here from the south side of town. This is I-24 westbound lanes coming in from Old Hickory Boulevard. So folks coming in from maybe the Antioch area, Laverne, Smyrna, this will all impact you. For those of you who have to be on the roadways, we're urging you all to stay home. But look at this, only one lane open. We have a TDOT crew telling you to get over. Looks like this car here actually slid into the retaining wall. So these very slick roads, they're really doing a number. Not so much two-car crashes, but a lot of single-car accidents that we're seeing just from spinouts and these very slippery conditions. Here's a look here at I-24 at the Ellington Parkway exit ramp. This car went sliding, went right off the exit ramp. So TDOT crews are there helping assist with that. These bridges and overpasses, they get the worst first. We see them start to really ice over and create a very slick spot here, even with just some snow. Road conditions, we're seeing the accident. All the whites you see, that's the snow that we're seeing, but down to our south, here comes that icy weather. The freezing rain, the sleet, it's all heading our way here over the next few hours, and that's going to create even worse road conditions for us. You can see the traffic flow map, a lot of yellow, a lot of orange, even some red out there. Several accidents. We have first responders really heading out all directions of the metro area of Nashville to help assist with accidents and even probably some injury accidents here from these two. So just please be careful. 32 minutes from Franklin to downtown, about 40 minutes. I think these will actually take you a little bit longer considering you're driving on snow. You just have to go slower. Not a whole lot of traffic out there, but still 23 minutes coming in from Bellevue and Gallatin. 32 minutes down 65 south. We'll be right back with a look at more news, traffic, and weather when we return here on WSMV4.
On Broadway near Tootsie's in Bridgestone Arena. Get this, the Nashville Preds are still having their game. They're still going to drop the puck out there. It was supposed to start at 2:30. They moved it up to 12:30. They're also, from what Stefano says, half-price concession stand. So we're going to see how many fans actually show up.
Well, what are we doing here?
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. Sports reporters Lauren Walsh and Janir Cooper are down there right now. We're going to check in with them in just a little bit.
You know, it's kind of amazing. Like here we're saying, like, please stay home, and then the NHL says you can't tell us nothing. We're still going to have this game.
Half-price nachos.
I mean, can we put the jarred jalapenos on top, please?
Right? Here, I'll tell you this. I would not venture downtown If you want to test to see if your driveway and your street are safe, grab a hockey puck at home and try and slide it across. And if it goes as fast as it would at Bridgestone, don't drive. All right, Lauren said she wanted to see a dog with the zoomies. I present.
Yes.
A dog with the zoomies.
Yes.
Look at him. I just got this video in on Instagram. Terry sent me this. That's Sammy Sam in Brentwood.
Sammy.
Just having a grand old time.
They love the snow.
This kind of weather is for husky puppies. You know what I'm saying? You got the thick fur. These are the ones that are really going to enjoy it. I'm not built for that. I was built for heated blankets and HVAC systems. Snow continuing to fall across the area right now for just about everybody. Our southern tiers, where we continue to see that sleet start to mix in, the tink ice pellets. That's indicated in yellow across our southern 2 tiers. That will accumulate quickly on roads, and when you mix that with this powdery, fluffy snow, it's going to set the stage, unfortunately, for road conditions to become as slick as Bridgestone. I've said this all week, snow and ice do not coexist well together. They do not get along. It's like oil and vinegar. And so the higher ice totals expected in our southern tier, not to say that everyone won't get a little bit, but what those higher ice totals do is they cannibalize your snow. And so the snow that you've got right now, as it transitions to sleet and freezing rain, that may erode some of that and create kind of a slushy, weird, wintry kind of consistency outside. It doesn't really matter how much that adds up outside. Everyone will get enough that roads are expected to be bad for a prolonged period of time. Lowest snow totals to the south. Prolonged cold means we don't thaw. We'll have more coming up.
Yeah, we're going to stick with it. I think the longest stretch of 20s that I've experienced since my 20s.
Oh, no.
We're so
Girl,
far.
you're still in it.
So
What are you
far
talking
removed.
about?
So far removed. Okay, let's take another live look outside. Bree, thank you. We've got some issues on the roads right now. I-24, got a couple of shots here. One's at Ellington Parkway and one's at Old Hickory Boulevard.
Yeah, emergency vehicles are out in full force today. We've been telling you to stay off the roads. Heed that advice because it's only going to get worse. We're going to be back in 2 minutes.
When disaster strikes, Knott's Property Restoration is here for you.
First alert weather.
Okay, we've been preparing you for a winter storm, and it is officially here. I mean, how could you tell, right? The snow globe effect on the left-hand side of your screen, and then that live look through the windshield on what seems to be maybe an interstate on the right-hand side. It has been snowing for a solid 2.5 hours at this point, and it's going to stay looking like this for a while.
Yeah, it's going to get worse out there as the ice and the freezing rain starts to head in. Our team of First Alert meteorologists, they're going to be with you all day long.
Yeah, Stefano DiPietro, Bree Smith, you guys are here with us in the studio. Let's talk through the latest. What's happening right now out there?
So it's snowing clearly downtown, but our southern tier is starting to see that mix. I mean, we've been watching sleet start to transition in. We've had video from folks to the south that have seen that. Our state trooper that we love so much. It's getting icy quickly and it's accumulating quickly.
And it will gradually lift north. So not everybody's staying snow for longer, but the farther north you are, the more you're going to see snow.
Right. It's a matter of when, not if. So we've been talking about this winter storm all week, and we want you to be prepared. We want to walk you through it, and more importantly, we want to get this thing out of here. But that is going to take time. So right now we are primarily snow. It is a powdery, light, fluffy, bitterly cold snow. Wind chills are around 0, so if you go out, it stings a little. It is the afternoon and evening hours that will transition to that mix, and it'll be kind of on and off. At times sleet, at times freezing rain, at times back to snow, at times good old-fashioned liquid rain. But with this kind of cold air mass in place, Arctic air, it's all going to stay slick. This will continue overnight tonight throughout the day on Sunday, and then we will likely end with radar looking a lot like this, with a final coating of a little bit of snow. That changeover, you see it right off to the south there as that pink starts to march northward. That's where we start to really get concerned about icing. That's why the ice headlines are stronger for our southern tier, that ice storm warning in purple.
And we're actually starting to get some reports in right now of some areas that are beginning to see some ice build up. So there's a lot of crashes that are starting to happen in Robertson County. That's coming from some of their emergency managers. We also in Murray County have some reports that some of the weather stations there are also starting to accumulate with ice. And I think your day planner really does paint a good picture of what's going to happen through the rest of today and tonight. So the snow is continuing across a lot of the area right now. We'll see that transition happen through this afternoon. By the time we get to dinner this evening, most of the area is going to be at that wintry and icy mix. And then take a look. That continues through the evening into early tonight because temperatures are staying below freezing. So you're talking several hours of icing, and that's where you get those problems. Here's another look at First Alert Live radar. This is a really good picture to show because it does paint a good picture of when we'll start to see the changeover. There's still plenty of areas right now that are in the teens. So the snow is going to hang on. You might see some sleet pellets mixed in, but the snow is really going to linger areas along and north of I-40 for a good couple of hours still. South of I-40, you can see some of those numbers at the surface going up. We're in the 20s, so the ground is still frozen. You head up toward the atmosphere, get a little higher. That's where you start to see that changeover occur, and that's what we'll continue to see the next few hours.
All right, Stefano, thank you. We have crews all over Middle Tennessee out in the elements, giving you what you need to know. We want to check in with our Jordan James.
Yeah, Jordan, as a mother, I need to ask you, where are your gloves, sir?
Lauren, I accidentally left them in the car, but right now we're currently in Wilson County off of South Mount Juliet Road, and the snow is really coming down, as our meteorologists have been saying. It's about 1 inch of snow actually right now in this parking lot where I'm located, and you can see right in front of us they are in the process of scooping up some of that snow, which just goes to show how much has fell. Now, despite that, there are still people out in this particular shopping center going to Kroger to still try to get their hands on some last-minute groceries. Moments ago, I had the opportunity to check in with emergency management officials here in Wilson County, and they tell me that officers have responded to numerous accidents. And as we've been saying, the conditions are expected to get worse, so they're encouraging folks, if you don't have to be out, to stay home because it really is pretty slick out here. A woman who is out here shopping at Kroger says she has an all-wheel drive Jeep, and she found herself sliding multiple times. She said she thought she could make it, but that simply has not been the case. But this is the situation out here in Mount Juliet. We have heavy snowfall at this point. Officers and law enforcement are encouraging people to take it easy if you do find yourself out on the road. But I'll send it back to you in studio.
Okay, thanks so much, Jordan James. Appreciate it. Please go back and get your gloves and stay warm, sir. Crews with the Nashville Department of Transportation pre-treated the roads, and they've been out since 6:30 this morning.
Yeah, NDOT's Deputy Director Philip Jones joins us now. And Deputy Director, thanks so much for your time. Can you give us an update on the road conditions out there?
Well, right now we're still on our primary routes. We've got, snowfall is still coming down pretty strong. We're going to stay out on those primary routes. We still consistently ask everyone, if you don't have to be out, please don't be out. but we're going to continue to treat those roads till precipitation stops.
So you named primary routes. Help us understand the importance of that kind of tier system of the different levels of roads that you've got.
Yeah, the primary routes are you know, most of your connector streets that tie to your interstates, Briley Parkways, Old Hickory Boulevards. This would be our transit routes for emergency services. This keeps our emergency services infrastructure to all your hospitals and everything like that.
Director Jones, you mentioned these plows. How many plows do you have out there? How active are they going to be throughout the day? And what advice do you give people who might see these plows out there?
We've got 31 plows out running right now on 31 different routes. So, and we always ask, if you see our trucks, please just be patient and give us room to do what we need to do so we can keep these roads safe.
And how many miles is that? When you say 31 plows, 31 routes, I mean, how many miles are you guys covering in a storm like this?
In a storm like this, we're responsible for about 2,500 miles.
Ooh.
Now, is this a combination of just plowing? Are you putting salt down behind those plows as well?
Yeah, fortunately, we had a good forecast on this. We've been out ahead of it with all the pre-treating. But yes, right now we've started plowing pretty much everything, and then a good coat of salt behind it. And by the time you get through a primary route, at this rate, it's covering back up, but it's been able to keep it pliable to where we can keep it plowed off.
Yeah.
The whole goal is to try to stay out ahead of this ice before it gets in and really gets it snowpacked down to where we can't do anything with it before we get in those single temperatures.
Yeah, we've already seen that happening down in Lawrence County, and we've known, because we have just such an expert team here of meteorologists, they've been telling us, if you can clear it now, clear it now. And that goes for certainly the work you're doing, sir, with the roads, but for people at home with their sidewalks or their steps, clear it now before we start seeing that sleet and freezing rain. Deputy Director Philip Jones, thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, we've been seeing the interstates out there. We want to check in with First Alert reporter and meteorologist, traffic reporter, Melanie Layton.
Thank you.
All right, guys, take a look at this. This is I-65 at Briley Parkway up in the Madison area. We got a crash here, and it's kind of hard to make out, but this car is actually facing the opposite direction of where traffic's going. You know what that means? They completely spun out here. So we have a TDOT crew that's now responded to this accident. They're trying to clear it out of the way. If you do see the flashing lights from TDOT, from police, any kind of emergency responder, please move over. That is if you have to be out on the roads today. Anytime you see flashing lights, it's not only a Tennessee law that you have to move over. It just, in this kind of conditions, with this kind of weather, you want to get them enough space because you yourself could go sliding and create an even bigger accident for them. So this car here, now up against that retaining wall, looks like a pretty big spin out from the slippery conditions up in the Madison area. Down to the south of us, same kind of deal here, that we now have this tow truck on scene trying to get the car out of the shoulder here on I-24 at Old Hickory Boulevard, south side of town. So for folks that be commuting into Nashville from Smyrna or Laverne, you'll run into this. They have a couple of lanes blocked here as they try to clear this accident. These are just two of many. Take a look here at our traffic flow map. We've got several accidents around town here at this hour. And again, all because of just the dangerous driving conditions. I-24 eastbound got a stalled vehicle at Shelby Avenue there, coming right near Nissan Stadium. I-40 at the I-24 junction, and I-24 eastbound, that's right at the Rundle Avenue exit there. It's blocked completely. I-24 westbound got a crash at Bell Road, and then one down here on 24 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's the one I just showed you coming in from Laverne here. A lot of accidents. Please stay off the roads if you can. If you have to be out there, we will be here to tell you what's going on, show you the latest traffic, news, and weather from around town here on our special coverage of the big winter storm here on WSMV 4.
Kroger always gives you more ways to
Crews are all over Middle Tennessee. Danielle Ledbetter joins us.
Yeah, Danielle, where are you? What are the conditions like right now?
Yeah, so we are in Madison, but we just got off of I-65 North, where conditions were much worse than what we saw earlier this morning. Now, while we were on I-65 North, we actually saw a car spin out. Now, luckily, that car was able to regain control, and it wasn't something tragic that we witnessed. But this is just a reminder to show you how dangerous it is out here. And if you do not have to drive, just don't, because it is really dangerous out here. We also saw another car in the shoulder on I-65 North. So we are going to continue to monitor these conditions out here and just let you know what we see. So I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And right now, as the snow is coming down, a lot of kids are probably itching to go out sledding if they're not already out.
Yes, they are. Our Amber Jayoth is here with some tips on how to have fun sledding while being safe at the same time, Amber.
That's right. So this is the fun part of the snow, right? As that snow is coming down, it's the best time to get out if you are going to sled. But we just found out, according to the National Safety Council, some sleds can get to 20 miles per hour down that icy hill, and injuries can happen when a sled hits something like a tree or a car, or if a child falls off of the sled. So if you are taking the kids sledding, choose a hill that does not have a lot of trees or rocks nearby. Also, don't sled near frozen lakes, streams, or ponds, and bring a helmet and make sure your kids are sitting up and they're going feet first and not to touch on their stomachs. So also, when the snow transitions over to ice, our First Alert weather team, they say that they're going to be back inside and they're going to be tracking this as things begin to get dangerous. So of course, stay with us because our First Alert meteorologist will let you know as soon as it happens. Lauren?
Okay, Amber, thank you so much. And it's worth noting so many school districts and universities are already starting to make the calls about what to do and cancel school on Monday.
Yeah, and when you hear this music, you know what that means, the Snowbird school closings. You'll know if school is closed if Snowbird shows up. We'll also have them scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
The Winter Olympics.
Snow. Murfreesboro also, didn't we
About an
see
inch
that?
as well, too, yeah.
And then the icing concern on that southern tier.
And we've already had reports of that, too. Some of the weather stations that are in, I think, Murray County are starting to get a good glaze of ice on them, so that's something to be concerned about.
So we're seeing dogs with the zoomies. We're seeing kids trying to have a little bit of fun outside.
I'm blocking it.
Say, look at this little fella up in Hendersonville. He's mine. This is my, that's my 8-year-old. And look at this. I mentioned, look. He's not aiming, but somehow you just always want to hit your brother. That was my oldest child at the bottom
That's
of
what
that
happens.
hill. Look at that. Look at that.
That's the oldest child. That's famous last words. You won't hit me, don't worry.
You won't hit me. I mean, if I said, please try and steer the sled, he couldn't. But if his brother's out there, you better believe he's going to careen a little bit left and try to smoke Big Bro or that car. So yes, be careful outside. It is safe to sled because it is purely snow here. It's an inch of it. There is no sleet or freezing rain happening in Sumner County. Not yet. That will happen later today. Temperatures are still too cold to support freezing rain throughout the column of the atmosphere for areas to the north, but that is not true for areas to the south. And that's where we've seen accidents, right? We've seen icing, we've seen sleet build up, where you see the purples and the pinks start to change over. So Grundy County over towards Lincoln, Moore, Franklin County, Giles, Lawrence County, Wayne County. We're starting to see this mix in, and even though the purples aren't extending with this view up into Columbia, sleet is starting to mix in even into Marshall and portions of Bedford County, and that's what we'll see in the middle of this event. You kind of want to think about it like a 3-course meal. We start with snow, right? Wintry mix as that main course later tonight, and then Stefano, we're going to get probably a little more snow tomorrow.
And there may be a little rain that mixes into some areas, but that's not meaning road conditions are going to quickly improve. I mean, you're just putting rain on top of ice, so if anything, it may make that ice a little more difficult to actually see. So there's that mixing line lifting to the north, and like Bree was saying, it's not going to change over immediately. You're probably going to go from snow, then mixing in with sleet, then it will look like rain's coming down. But I caution you, use the WSMV 4 weather app because you can get the temperature for your current location. If it looks like it's raining and the temperature is at or below 32 degrees, you better believe that's actually freezing rain. That's freezing on contact with surfaces. Now, there is a warm layer of air that'll push in south and east happening this evening and overnight tonight. That's what will change those areas over to rain. But some of our guidance is keeping points from Nashville and areas off to the north and west as consistent sleet and freezing rain through the middle of our night tonight and all the way through tomorrow morning as well. So I'll say Nashville right now will be the dividing line. We'll have to watch the temperature in downtown Nashville closely through tonight to see if we can just sneak over 32 degrees. If we can't do that, then we're going to stay sleet and freezing rain. More heavy rain down to the south and east. Then Bree said it will end as a little snow going into Sunday evening. The highest ice totals will be in areas like near downtown Nashville, but Centerville, Decaturville, Lawrenceburg, you head to the north and west, Waverly, Paris, Clarksville, Gallatin, Murfreesboro, Shelbyville, all of these areas could still get some icing to cause power outages. So that's something to keep in mind, and maybe some downed tree limbs. Then dangerous cold for Monday and Tuesday of next week. We're at near zero. Melanie, wind chills are going to be in the negatives Tuesday morning, and we barely even warm up next week.
Oh man, it's going to be brutal out there for sure. All right, thank you, Stefano. Got a couple of accidents around town, as you can imagine, with these very slick roadways. This is a live look on I-65, that north loop of downtown. 2 cars involved in this one, but it looks like traffic's still getting by, and they're moving pretty fast, if you ask me, for especially these kind of really snowy and slick conditions out there. Not seeing a ton of traffic as opposed to what we normally would see on a weekend, but lots of accidents picking up here all around town. And notice the traffic flow map. You're going to see a lot of colors. We like to see green, but you're going to see a lot of yellow, a lot of orange and red, indicating a lot of slowdowns here all around town. Notice a lot of different crash icons as well. I got to give it up for TDOT crews, all of our first responders, THP. They are out there and they're clearing these accidents quickly, considering the kind of inclement weather we're dealing with. So these accidents that are happening are clearing rather fast. So let's give them a big round of applause. It's not fun to be out in this cold, windy weather trying to assist with these crashes. So if you can stay home, please, we're urging you to do so. We'll be back with another check of your news, traffic, and weather when we return on WSMV 4 on our special snow coverage edition.
You wouldn't have your ex officiate
and of course power. Also BNA, a lot of flights canceled today. I know some airlines are canceling flights that were booked for Monday, so this will have a domino effect on transportation. Of course, you got to check with your provider. It's going to take some time as this winter storm impacts a good large portion of the country and us right here at home. We continue to be primarily snow at this point. Saw another snow report of just over an inch in portions of Cannon County. It's cold outside, so if your kids, like my kids, want to play, layers, layers, layers. We're in the teens right now, single-digit wind chills. That's the air temperature.
Right.
The road temperatures are pretty close, and I just wanted to show this to you briefly. 20s and teens. That's why everything is accumulating so quickly. Oftentimes we have to overcome a warm ground or warm roadways. We don't. Really cold air mass that settled in yesterday primed us, much like it should in the north. It's just we don't like it here. And that's why we've got this wintry weather. So again, this is a look at your snowfall and your sleet. Lower totals, maybe even just a dusting to the south, higher totals to the north. We'll have more on that coming up.
All right, thank you, ma'am. As we take you to break, we got a live look in Stewart County. Snow everywhere. Really, I mean, no one's on the roads there. Oh, and then as soon as I say it, there's a plow.
Yes, and
probably
everyone's following the plow.
with a shiny new blade. I mean, listen, behind the plow on those clear streets is the best place to be. Okay, we're going to be back in 2 minutes. More news when we return.
A loaded semi takes nearly 2
B4 News with First Alert Weather.
Man, we take weather very seriously around here on WSMV4. This winter storm we've been preparing you for all week is here, as evidenced by these live cameras. Got a SmartWay T-Dot camera on the left showing you the roads. On the right, this is a live picture from our Nissan Stadium camera shooting back across the Cumberland to downtown Nashville.
Yeah, it's been snowing for hours now. We're going to tell you this. If you had any plans of flying out of BNA, yeah, that's not going to happen. We keep seeing cancellation after cancellation after cancellation.
Yeah, our team of First Alert meteorologists is with you all day. We've got two of them with us right now in the studio, Stefano DiPietro, Bree Smith, both of you guys. I mean, this is panning out exactly as you said. We're seeing that snow this morning, and eventually we're going to transition.
This is the value of a good, smart human meteorologist, right?
It really is, yeah.
That's why you got to stick with us.
And by the way, the BNA situation, it's not just your plane getting out of BNA, it's where your plane is coming from. Think of the amount of the country that's getting slammed by this winter storm. It'll be the Northeast, it'll be the Mid-Atlantic, it's the entire Southeast. So whether your plane's coming from Philadelphia or Atlanta, it can't get out anywhere.
Texas,
Can't get out anywhere.
Crew, aircraft, equipment, I mean, it is a domino effect. And so that means we got to work with it, right? This is tough. It's a tough winter weather, is a long system to get through. And that's why you just want to make the safe decisions and know that everyone's doing their best, right? Everyone's doing their best. Snow right now is expected still to transition to more dominantly sleet and freezing rain as we head through the daytime hours. We're about a minute away from noon, and that's going to cause travel to deteriorate even quicker. And we've already seen troubles this morning. Power outages would be a byproduct of freezing rain. And really important to remember, freezing rain looks like good old-fashioned rain. It is liquid as it falls through the sky. It's just when it lands on something, it immediately becomes a glaze of ice, adds a lot of weight to power lines, tree branches, even just sometimes a branch falling on a power line can do it. Cold conditions, that's going to stay the same. We're actually not really expected to get above freezing for 5, 6, maybe even 7 days. So it's going to be a long time in the freezer. Snow primarily, but that edge is starting to come up, and that's where we're seeing a little bit of that mix off to the south. This will become the dominant part of our story as we head into the daytime hours. And that's why we've got our ice storm warnings and winter storm warnings in effect.
And it's easy to separate these two because the ice storm warning is where the ice is going to be much more concentrated. It doesn't mean if you're in a winter storm warning that ice is completely out of the picture, because we know we've been talking about it for the last couple of days. There could be some significant icing in areas like downtown Nashville, Gallatin, Clarksville, Waverly, Paris, all the way through Murfreesboro, and some higher peaks at the Cumberland Plateau as well. And most of this icing will occur late today and tonight. That's at least when we settle in completely. There's no more snow, and now it's just sleet and freezing rain. So I want you to prepare for the ice tonight like you would a severe weather night. Obviously, one extra difference here, have extra blankets by the bed, because if you wake up in the middle of the night and your power's been out for a couple of hours, it is going to be significantly colder. Flashlight with fresh batteries by the bed. Charge your mobile devices as well. Go ahead, download the WSMV 4 weather app. You can live stream us all day long. Whether your power's out, whether your power's on, whether you're headed out the door for any reason, you'll know when we know when the weather's going to take a turn.
All right, Stefano, thank you so much. We're going to be checking in with you, back in with you all day long. We have WSMV4 crews all over Middle Tennessee. They have been out in the elements, watching that snow come down. We want to check in with our Steve Maley.
Yeah, Steve, I know you're in downtown Franklin. How's it been, and have you been able to speak with people there?
Yeah, so there have been some walkers over the past couple hours. It's kind of dwindled as we're starting to see a little bit more harder ice pellets, almost like sleet in the way of coming here in Franklin instead of just the regular snow. I want to show you the map here because when we talk about those primary and secondary roads, Main Street's obviously one of your primary roads. It'll get taken care of. It's one of the primary routes they're taking care of. But when you look at these side streets, that's where you're going to see the most concerns. And if you take a walk with me, you'll see it. You can see Main Street's paved really well. Here's 4th Street. And it really hasn't been touched much at all. So when you're on these side streets, if you're in a neighborhood, if you're not on a main thoroughfare, you're going to have to bet dollars to donuts that your road's probably not plowed, and you're going to have to take it a little bit safer when you're out on the roadways. Again, I mentioned earlier, last hour, Spring Hill police this morning catching people going 90 miles per hour on I-65. I really hope if you're out on the roads, you're not going that fast, because you're likely your brakes may lock up and you may slide off the road and create some really hazardous conditions for even other drivers, law enforcement, first responders, the whole nine. So when we're talking to people out here, one of the biggest things they've reiterated is they're going to go home. When the ice starts to get here, they're going to go home, they're going to stay there. That's what we all recommend you be doing during this whole time. It may not look too bad right now, but we've been warning you that it's going to happen soon. So be prepared for this. As Stefano and Bree have mentioned this entire morning, have extra blankets, the whole nine. Just make sure that you're prepared for this weather. There are still a couple restaurants open. I imagine that may change in the next couple hours, but of course we'll keep you updated as that happens. Guys, back to you.
All right, Steve, he's already starting to see the sleet out there. Stefano and Bree have told us that's going to be that next big change. We're now going to check in with our Joylyn Bukovac.
Yeah, so she's seen the storm move in from the start, from the comfort of a passenger seat. And this is the important part, Joylyn, is like you're able to show us what it looks like through the windshield right now.
Yeah, for sure. We're at this is Division Street and 12th Avenue South, and it looks like we're in a snow globe. You can probably see from the window here, and the snow is still coming down. It's slowing down, but I also think the wind is getting weaker. That's what it seems to have been. Earlier, you just saw the snowflakes coming at you sideways, and now it's a little bit more calm, but you can see there is a snow plow. There's TDOT out on the road and NDOT out on the road right here, treating the roads and scooping up all of the snow, getting that out of the way. And it's still a slushy mess. We're behind that NDOT truck right now. They're pushing you can see, pushing the snow just out of the roadways, but still, like I said, a slushy mess. You want to take this really, really slow. And we've been checking in with people, and we have some sound from people who braved the snow for some pancakes earlier this morning.
I'm 37 weeks pregnant and wanted some pancakes. We just decided to come out and get some pancake pantry before it got too bad out.
Yeah, I don't blame her. If I was still pregnant with my little boy, I would have probably braved the cold and snow for some spicy soft tacos from Taco Bell. That was my craving. Anything savory. I told her she's probably having a girl because she was craving sweet things, and I was right.
Oh my God.
But yeah, so they got out and about earlier because it is probably going to get worse as the day goes on. So they had the right idea to get out earlier, get those pregnancy cravings taken care of, and getting the last minute essentials as well. So if you're on the roads, make sure you stay safe because it will likely get much rougher as the day goes on. Back to you on the studio.
Yeah, I think we're about to get out of that pregnancy craving, weather, traffic. Yeah, I think we are. It's about to get bad out there.
Melanie Layden's with us right now, the woman who has most recently among all of us been pregnant. You know, those final few weeks of pregnancy are like...
Yes, I get it, girl. I get it. But you know what? Earlier on, I think it was okay to get out as that snow was first falling, but now it's getting pretty slick out there. We're seeing a lot of accidents around town. So please, especially when you're so far along pregnant, please be careful. I've got a couple of accidents to point out to you. Police just arrived on scene of this accident here on 65 northbound right at Rosa Parks Boulevard. Right in the Germantown area, you're going to see slowing all around it as emergency crews are responding, trying to clear that crash all the way up there to where 65 and 24 meet on the north side of town. Another accident over here, this is 65 northbound at Briley Parkway. And then over here on Briley, another crash at McGavick Pike, seeing some slowdowns. Down to our south, I think this one actually just cleared up on I-24 at Old Hickory Boulevard. We've been telling you about this one down in Laverne. It was really causing a slowdown with emergency crews, police, and TDOT on scene with those arrows pushing everyone over. Notice how slow all these interstates are going. It's going to be that way all day and possibly even get worse. I'm anticipating a lot of red on these maps here pretty soon. When I come back, we'll get a few live looks on the roads, show you how it's looking outside because these roads are getting completely snow covered, guys. It's going to get worse before it gets better here in the next coming days. We'll keep you updated.
All right, thank you, Melanie. Right now, we are tracking conditions in Spring Hill. And Spring Hill police, they shared a photo, but this is I-65 as I was driving in. You can just see how much snow is already on the highway there, really just one clear lane. But again, police, they did also release a photo of a stop sign that was hit because the roads right there are covered in snow. And that person drove off. So they are telling people that, you know, if you do have a minor accident, stop there, stay there, wait for police to arrive. Also, they are saying that they're having some traffic signal issues in that area as well. They're saying that some of the lights may freeze a little bit and stay there longer. So if you are waiting at the traffic lights a little bit longer, they're saying that it's probably due to the weather conditions. And they're telling people just to stay off the roads if you do not have to be on the roads. Again, we'll keep watching conditions throughout the area. Send it back to you, Marius.
Great advice there, Amber. Thank you. And several school districts and universities are already making the call to cancel school on Monday. Here's what you need to know. When you hear that music in your ear right now, you know what that means. The Snowbird school closings. You'll know if school is closed if Snowbird shows up. We'll also have the school closings scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
This weekend only, it's late.
At Mac Hatcher at Highway 96. This is a heavily trafficked road. You see that blue car just going through right there. Everyone else is stopping, but you can see the roads are also covered with snow. First Alert Traffic reporter and meteorologist Melanie Layden tracking the trouble spots. She's going to join us in just a minute.
See how gingerly everybody's moving through that, though?
Yeah,
I mean, you really got to be careful when you're looking at that.
Err on the side of caution. Now, we want to check in with our Dryden Quigley.
Yeah, Dryden, tell us where you are, what conditions are like there. I mean, I already see behind you that road is looking not so good.
Yeah, and actually a guy just passed us and he said there had been a crash up the street, which we're going to go check out just after this. But we are on Gallatin, right outside of the Publix. It's definitely been slower out here than a normal Saturday morning. But as you can see, there are still cars on the road. And if you are braving the roads, make sure to take it slow, because look at that, just oof, look at those roads. It does not look enjoyable or very safe to drive on. Now, the Publix over here, we've been talking with a few people going in to get some last minute items, but if you haven't gotten them yet, you are too late. They told us that they closed at noon. I know the Starbucks over there looks like it closed as well, too. So, talking with people about what exactly they're getting there. Some people were going to pick up sugar for cookies, vinegar for pickling things, just some last minute items to get them through the next few weeks. And we were talking with people who say that they're coming out hopefully as their last run before they kind of buckle down for this winter storm. Now, just a safety precaution, I have seen so many people in this parking lot do that little slip where they almost fall. Too close of calls. So they've been putting down a lot more ice, but make sure that you are staying safe. And even though it doesn't look slippery, it looks like it's snow, there can be a little bit of ice under there too. But we talked with one woman who was here again getting vinegar for her pickles. So take a listen to what she had to say.
No, I really want to get into pickling veggies. I've never done that before, and I figured if I'm locked in for a few days, let's do it, but I don't have any vinegar, so I'm going to run get some vinegar. I live right by the air park, so I'm probably going to put on my snow boots and go for some walks, read some books, catch up on life, do some life admin that I've been delaying, journal, process life, just treat it as kind of a silent, cozy retreat.
A silent, cozy retreat. I absolutely love that, but over here it's not exactly a silent, cozy retreat. You can hear that snowblower over there. He is making sure that the sidewalks are clear for people walking over there, which is good. We haven't seen too many people here out and about. I did see one man going on a run. Ooh, look what we have over here. This is the snowplow.
Yes.
You can see it in action right here. making sure that the parking lot is safe for people to park in, even though it's now closed. But if you see one of those on the roads, make sure you give it a lot of space because they're out there doing their jobs to keep us all safe. But live in East Nashville, Dryden Quigley, WSMV 4.
Dryden, thank you so much. I mean, what perfect timing.
Yeah.
The meteorologist here in the room said, did she time that with the snowplow? It was so perfect. Thanks so much, Dryden. Be safe, be warm. Check out that wreck and let us know what you find.
Yeah, our First Alert team of meteorologists tracking all of this for us. Bree Smith, Stefano DiPietro, you guys have been on this for a week now, and it's starting to pan out like you said it would.
Say Dolly Plowton to the rescue out there.
Control, Salt, Delete.
Yeah, just in time. Yeah, no, we were talking about this, you know, and there was some confusion earlier this week with the Apple weather app got folks all freaked out that this was
2 feet of snow.
Right, and that's not what is happening. We knew this would be much more complicated than that with snow and sleet and freezing rain.
And boy, is it complicated so far. But we've had the snow. Now we're seeing the transition period a little bit.
And so if you do have snow outside and you want to measure it, now would be the time to do it, because as the sleet and the freezing rain start to mix in with that, it'll squish it, it'll melt it, it'll encase it in ice. It's just going to change. I mean, as evolving as what's going to happen in the sky is as evolving as what's going to happen on the ground. But whether or not you have majority snow or majority sleet or majority ice, all of it equals just terrible travel conditions, unless you've got, like Dryden, a plow that's like, I got your back, girl. I'll come find you. High impacts to roads here. Those plows have to work hard. Stefano was just mentioning this to me, and I totally agree with you. Even with the plow, that snow that's been packed down, it doesn't pick up very easily. We're doing the best we can to melt it, treat it, get rid of it, but we're not done with it just yet. Seeing that transition in our southern tier, so areas in blue, good old-fashioned snow. When you look south of I-40, that's where some sleet pelts are starting to mix in, and especially where you see the pink on the bottom, that's when you're going to get that mix of sleet and freezing rain. So impacts here, of course, all of our roads. But as is often the case, it's those back roads, untreated roads, shady sides of the street that are going to struggle the longest. Interstates, you can see our plows are working hard to try to get some improvement there, but that's a lot of roadway. That's a lot of snow to deal with.
It certainly is. My mother-in-law just sent me a video of her on a boat in Florida right now, down toward the Keys. So that's kind of just an insult to all of this. Let's take a look at Futurecast, and you can see that icy mix working its way in. For those of us far northern Middle Tennessee, southern Kentucky, we are going to stay with the snow a little bit longer as we go through the rest of the afternoon, probably into the early evening as well. So there's that mix coming in. Now, Futurecast will keep us with this icy and wintry mix for several hours, areas along or near Nashville, I should say, and off to the north and west. The farther south and east that we are, we have a higher risk of actually seeing some rain, really changing over. That's not going to immediately improve road conditions in those areas, but it is going to just really pile on top of that ice, and it may disguise the ice, making it look like it's just a wet roadway with a puddle, but it's actually going to be frozen onto the ground in some of those cases. Now, this is the interesting part that we need to watch as we go through this evening. So here's downtown Nashville, and I think south and east of Nashville, we stay with the rain. North and west, it's more of that mix. Do we actually get warm enough in Nashville itself to change over? I will tell you, it is going to be a game of a couple of degrees. If we are at or below 32 degrees, we are still staying with freezing rain and sleet. However, if we even get to 33 degrees in Nashville, it makes all the difference. You wouldn't think that it would, but it really does, and that could keep us a little bit more rain. But right now, Futurecast holds strong with us staying cold enough to keep that icy mix going through the night tonight into tomorrow. Eventually, everybody will end with some snowflakes, maybe just a brief burst of snow. Icing conditions, the worst farther south and west that you go. Doesn't mean they won't be bad everywhere else, but this is just the higher risk of power outages, and where we could see more significant power outages from Nashville, Centerville, down through Lawrenceburg. Bitter cold Monday and Tuesday. We've already had a lot of school delays and closings, and regardless of the roads, it'll be dangerous to be outside. Those wind chills Monday morning will be sub-zero, and then Tuesday morning, they get significantly worse. We're talking 10, 15, 20 degrees below zero. Melanie, not a ton of people out on the roadways, but for those that are, it's been stop and go for a lot of areas.
Oh, it has. And ouch, those wind chills. Well, man, yeah, the snow really wrecking things on the roadway. Take a look at this. This is I-40 at Fessler's Lane. Big accident here involving a semi. Here's what happened, though. This accident actually occurred in the eastbound lanes. This semi went off the road and almost into the opposite lane of traffic. Can you imagine driving down the westbound lanes and seeing a big truck coming toward you? Luckily, he was able to kind of swerve out of the way, but now got kind of like a jackknife semi there, causing a big mess right there in the middle of the median. So police crews are being dispatched right now to go assist with that accident. This one on the very south side of town coming in from Smyrna, I-24 at Rock Spring Road. We have a couple of cars here involved in an accident. Ambulance now on scene. TDOT crews. Extremely slick out there. We're seeing this time and time again all over Nashville, all over the metro area. One accident up here on the north side. This is on I-65 coming in from the Madison area. This is northbound. Technically the crash is heading away, but it's slowing both directions there. This is at Briley Parkway. We have another accident here in Germantown on 65 northbound at Rosa Parks Boulevard. A car off the road there. Your drive times are slowing down everywhere. So if you have to be somewhere, just please use caution. The drive times are very slow. You want to take it easy out there. A lot of accidents. And if you don't need to be out there, you just want to be one less person that the first responders have to come assist. Right, guys?
Yep, that is correct. Melanie, thank you so much. We now want to check in with our Lauren Walsh, who is outside of Bridgestone, where the Preds have a game about to start.
Yeah, so Lauren, this is an interesting one because it was supposed to be later this afternoon, but they actually moved it up because of the storm.
Yeah, exactly. This is hockey weather out here outside Bridgestone Arena, right? They have the Bobcat to clear off the plaza. It is very well clear, just a little bit of snow on the border. The Preds moved the game time up to 12:30 against the Utah Mammoth. And could there really be a more fitting matchup than Mammoth versus the Nashville Predators on a day like this? So a little bit of an earlier game time, and it has seemed to be beneficial for fans so far because they are walking in snow pants, overalls, Preds jerseys, thick snow hats and gloves, and making their way to Bridgestone. So we talked to a few of those fans about why it was worth it for them to come out, brave the weather, and get in there for the game this afternoon.
I love this weather, actually. Yeah. No, I mean, what else are we gonna do? Love hockey, so you gotta just go with it.
That there's hockey fans all over, and I love that even in Nashville, snow won't hold them back. It's good stuff. Let's hope for a Preds win today.
Yeah, so the Preds are going to try and get that win and make all of this effort through the snow worth it for their fans against the Utah Mammoth. It starts shortly at 12:30. We're watching fans still file in here through a pretty steady stream of snow flurries right off Broadway here outside of Bridgestone Arena. Smashville is ready for this game. These fans are well prepared, and they say this is kind of what hockey season is all about. So we'll hope the Preds can make it worth their while today against Utah. Back to you.
I bet it puts people in the spirit.
Yeah, Lauren's prepared too. I'm digging the earmuffs. Digging the earmuffs out there, Lauren. Thank you.
Well, the Preds are asking fans to prioritize their safety. They're offering tickets exchanges for future games and refunds as well if you don't make it today.
Yeah, now fans at today's game, they're also enjoying 50% off some concession items. Got to get out there. We'll be right back.
Spread snow changing over to sleet, and there's that big swath of freezing rain that we're getting down near Memphis. We're getting some good reports of some icing in parts of southwest Tennessee. That'll eventually work its way into Middle Tennessee here over the next couple of hours. But kind of what is causing this changeover? Well, very simple. When you take a snowflake and you drop it through very cold air that's below that 32-degree mark, it comes down straight as snow. What will happen over the next couple of hours is a warm air mass will start to move into the upper levels of the atmosphere. When it gets up just below the cloud deck, that's what ends up changing things over to sleet. So the snowflakes, they fall through that very shallow warm layer just below the clouds. They melt to rain, then they freeze back into ice pellets. Where freezing rain becomes a problem is when right in the middle of the atmosphere, you have a nice layer of warm air. When it falls through that snowflake, it melts, but it hits the ground, which is still going to be below freezing, and it's going to instantly freeze to any surface. So that's the concern for this evening and overnight tonight. The warm air is going to work its way in, but it just can't really divide itself evenly through the atmosphere right away. So that's why that freezing rain will be a big threat the second half of today and tonight.
All right, Stefano, thank you. Right now, your photos and videos of the snow are coming into the newsroom, and we're giving you a glimpse of what that snow is looking like where you live. So here's a look at some of the photos coming in from Brentwood. You can just see that snow is coming down right there, covering the ground and the trees. Really a beautiful sight there. Also, take a look at this video from Bon Aqua. That snow is coming down there, too. Looks like they're pretty excited about that snow. I know a lot of people that we talk to have been kind of excited about this if they don't have to be out on the roads. But again, we want to see what the weather looks like in your area. You can submit pictures and videos through the WSMV4 News app or on our website. And we'd love to show them on air and let people see how things are shaping up. Lauren?
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Okay, taking a live look here. This is down in Franklin, McHatcher Parkway, Highway 96. You see, maybe that person's getting a little too brave there, going a little fast to the intersection. And now a live picture of what looks to be a WeGo issue. This is East Nashville this morning.
Yes, on Gallatin Pike, we know there was an accident with the WeGo bus and another car. We're going to take it out live to this scene. As you can see, the roads, they're not that good out there, so anything could happen when you're driving out there. But this is what's going on right now in Gallatin, on Gallatin Pike in East Nashville. A WeGo bus crash with another vehicle. We're going to have a live report in just minutes.
WSMV4 News with First Alert Weather.
12:28 right now. Winter storm that we've been preparing you for all week long has finally arrived in Middle Tennessee. On the left-hand side, a live look from Nissan Stadium, shooting back toward downtown Nashville, and on the right-hand side, what it looks like through the windshield of a car, at least from the, from the passenger side view. And things are not beautiful and clear on the roads right now.
No, but we have you covered. You can rest assured. We've been on the air since 6 a.m. and we will be with you until this snowstorm ends. Now, we want to go to East Nashville now on Gallatin Pike. We've been showing you what's happening out there with the WeGo bus.
Our Dryden Quigley is there right now. Dryden, tell us what's going on. What's the crash all about here?
Yeah, good afternoon. If you were with us just a few minutes ago, we heard that there was a crash up here, so we came to take a look, and there indeed was. As you can see, there is a car up on Gallatin that has some pretty bad damage. We believe that it ran into the back over here of a WeGo bus that has been over here with its flashers on. Now, the road has been reopened. It was just closed for a few minutes, but what a perfect example of why you really need to be taking it slow, and if you can, staying home, because these people are out here. We have a ton of emergency people who are out here coming to help, and you just really want to avoid that situation from happening. Now, we don't know how fast they were going or what exactly happened here, but that car has a lot of damage, and we don't want that happening to you. As you can see, there are still a good amount of people out here also, so people are not necessarily staying home. Fewer than normal, but still not empty by any means. So if you can stay home, we want you to, because we don't want something like that happening to you. No crashing into the back of any WeGo buses.
Yeah, and I'm even seeing the people driving behind you, Dryden. They're driving too close. You have to leave room to brake. You cannot trust that your brakes are going to catch and you're not going to slide across the road.
Such a good point.
All right, Dryden, thank you. Of course, we're going to be checking with her all throughout the day.
Yeah, we hear horns out there as well, so people are getting impatient. Well, we want to talk about the weather. Our team of First Alert meteorologists will be with you all day long. Stefano DiPietro, Bree Smith has our backs covered.
Yeah, you guys, I'm curious what you're seeing in terms of this changeover to the sleet and the freezing rain.
Slow and steady, but it is moving in from the south. As expected, we do have that ice, and you see how it's left roads really slushy. Even with treatment, the treatment doesn't just make it go away.
And temperatures are so low, too. Yeah. If they don't get treated again for, 1 or 2 hours, it freezes right away.
And you put any ice, you put any sleet on top of that, and it just complicates things more. I mean, this is going to take some time. It's because we've been talking about ice and sleet so much, and this is honestly a pretty rare kind of wintry setup for us. Usually we get sleet kind of or freezing rain, but the fact that we're expecting periods of both, we wanted to just touch on it for you. Sleet is like little teeny tiny ice crystals. They often look more opaque. That's because air bubbles get trapped inside them, and they're like a snow cone. They make a little, been doing this all day, they make a little tink, tink, tink when they hit the ground. The threat with sleet is just like snow. It's that it accumulates on roadways. Freezing rain is different. Freezing rain looks like liquid rain as it falls, but when it lands, it becomes this coat of ice. Now, only when it's safe. How you measure freezing rain is also a little bit different. So this is a picture of a branch. You see it right here. You want to make sure that it's safe to go out. I don't want you to walk out on icy roads, but if it is safe and you want to take a measurement, freezing rain doesn't accumulate evenly on objects. You're going to see a thicker side and a thinner side, and you have to measure both. So with this ruler, this is 3/16 of an inch on this side. This is 5 on this side, and this will be a fun experiment for the parents with kids. You add that together, you get 8/16. That's a half an inch. You divide it by 2. That's a 1/4 of an inch of ice.
Just in case the kids are out of school next week,
Just give them some math. Get them with the
just
math.
in case, yes. Everything's an educational opportunity. Now, let's take a look at First Alert Live radar. Now, there's still a lot of snow along and north of I-40. I just took a look outside here at the station, and we're still seeing a lot of snow in and around downtown Nashville. It's now south of Interstate 40 where we continue to see that changeover to that wintry and icy mix. That will only be more apparent as we go through the rest of our day today. So here's how things are going to go from here on out. It's still a high-impact winter weather event from now all the way through Sunday evening. Snow will change over to that icy mix. Obviously, we have the risk for power outages, also just major travel impacts that we've already seen. We'll talk about where power outage risk will be the greatest coming up next.
Stefano, thank you. Now, we've been checking in with state officials all morning long. We talked to NDOT, we talked to THP. Joining us now is Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell.
Yeah, Mayor, how's the city doing, would you say, in terms of clearing the snow so far this morning?
Yeah, so far, so good according to plan. I mean, you all have been talking about this, the difference between snow and sleet and freezing rain. As long as it's snow, it's much easier to manage. Our plows have been out since early this morning, continuing pre-treatment. And then once precipitation started coming, just clearing as much as they could. Just so people understand, we have a series of primary routes, and generally NDOT's approach is going to be to try to keep those as completely clear as they can before they then start moving on to either secondary or post-secondary routes. Nashvillians can always go find that information at nashville.gov/snow, and just encourage them to be aware that if they have to be out on the roads, try as much as possible to find a safe path to a primary route, and then know that we'll start covering secondary and post-secondary routes when NDOT has generally got clearance and coverage fully on those primary routes.
Mayor, we will keep the people informed. Got to ask you about the plows you were talking about. How many do you have in service right now?
Yeah, we've got 45 plows. We have systematically not only been expanding that fleet, but also upgrading it. So over the past few years, we've had more than 30 new snow plows added to that fleet, and these are state-of-the-art. And speaking of art, 5 of them now have actually great art wraps from Metro School students, and they've been named things like Dolly Plowton and Noella and Music City Plow. So we've got some creative ones out there too. So if you see these plows out and happen to catch one that has one of these creative art wraps with Metro School's art on it, please take a picture and send it on over.
One of my favorite names I saw was Control Salt Delete, and I said there are some really clever people in this city. And Mayor, you are a Nashville guy. You were born and raised here, and you've been here, you know, most of your life. When you look at this snowstorm compared to things that we've seen in the past, do you think Nashville is ready to handle this, and how do you think we're doing?
Well, it's that same thing of what are the conditions. I think we're in great shape with that expanded fleet, with crews at NDOT working around the clock and repeating 12-hour shifts. Back in 2018, we only had 28 plows. We've got a clear 5,700 lane miles across our 526 square miles. And I think considering that we don't get a ton of winter precipitation, I think our overall preparedness is very good. We've systematically improved it. I think you all know this from a couple of years ago, even since I've been in office. We've expanded by 600 miles the number of lane miles we can cover with this NDOT fleet. And so they do a great job. I've been out to see them at the shift change in the past and just see how dedicated this group of civil servants is. And it's kind of amazing to watch them work. Now, the hard part is it keeps falling. If this does become sleet or freezing rain and you get kind of that glaze on roadways, it just becomes a little harder to clear. And so we're going to keep treating and plowing as long as there is anything on the ground. And so we'll be ready, but there are some conditions that are easier to contend with than others. And we're hoping that it doesn't get a whole lot worse than this, but you all have been tracking. I mean, your meteorologist have been keeping everybody in Nashville up to date.
Well, yeah,
it could still be tough. And I think the harder part is going to be these really, really dangerously low temperatures that set in.
Yeah, no question. I would say that speaking for our team of meteorologists, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when that shift happens and the refreeze that takes place. Mayor Freddie O'Connell, thanks for your time. I hope you have an opportunity to hang out with your daughters in the snow before it actually turns in a way that makes it less exciting to be out in it.
Yeah, I think I just heard their boots and doors downstairs. So I'm going to go see what they're getting up to, and then also encourage people to take a look after their neighbors. If you've got a shovel and you can clear sidewalks, it's a great just sort of neighborhood level service to offer.
All right, Mayor, well, you go be a dad. Thanks so much for your time. Well, we got crews all over Middle Tennessee, out in the elements, even in your neighborhood in some cases, showing you what it's like out there.
Garrett Jordan James is out there right now. Jordan, where are you and what are the conditions like?
Well, good afternoon, Lauren. We're right now in Wilson County, Mount Juliet, specifically off of South Mount Juliet Road near I-40 East, and the snow has really picked up over the last 10 to 15 minutes. Take a look at this roadway right here. You can see for the most part, it's covered in snow. We have noticed over the last 10 to 15 minutes, TDOT crews have been plowing this roadway, which has helped folks who do find themselves out in this condition. Now, there are a handful of businesses that are open around this area. We saw people trying to get last-minute groceries at Kroger, as well as a nearby Waffle House, where several people have been going as well. And now we did check in with county officials who tell me that First responders have been out on the scene of multiple accidents throughout the area, which is why they're strongly encouraging folks to stay home if they don't have to be. Now, take a listen to that conversation from earlier.
Yeah, so we have crews out plowing and salting the roads as we speak. We'll have crews working around the clock 24/7. Right now, this first part of the storm is just snow, and that's a lot easier for our guys to clear the roads. When it's just snow, we're expected to get freezing rain later this evening, and the temperatures are really going to drop. This is going to make the roads very dangerous, and we encourage everyone to please stay home.
As of right now, we're actually seeing minimal impacts. We have had a few wrecks come in, but as of right now, it appears that people are trying to stay home when they can, when that's really what we need them to continue to do, because obviously as the temperatures drop and nightfall gets here, everything's going to refreeze.
We've already had several wrecks already this morning, mostly on the interstates, but if you are out driving, please take it slow and do your best.
I know people want to go on the big sled hills and do all the fun things, and that's fine. We understand that. However, if you do get an accident, it is going to take a little bit longer for first responders to get to you. Just want everybody to continue to try to stay home unless they absolutely have to go out.
And again, the conditions are expected to get worse throughout the day. In fact, the Kroger near where we're located says they're closing at 4 o'clock and are set to reopen sometime tomorrow. But we'll be out here talking to people. Lauren, Marius.
Jordan, thank you so much. We've heard a lot of stores are starting to close right now, and we're going to keep you try to gather a list of everything that's happening out there so you know ahead of time. Now, we're going to check in with our Joylyn Bukovac. Now, Joylyn, you've seen this storm come in. You kind of greeted it as it was heading in from Dixon from the west.
Oh yeah, that's right. We've been out here since 6 o'clock this morning, and the snow has been falling steadily since about 8 o'clock this morning. And as you can see here, I'm on White Bridge Road, and it's hard to see. You can even see the lanes, which does make me nervous. You can't see where this lane starts or stops. We're just kind of following the tire marks in front of us, definitely taking it slow. And I talked to some people here earlier who say that they're trying to get where they need to go before things really start to slick up. And some people say that pancakes were worth the trip.
She said we're going to go get snowed in. We need an extra Xbox and pancakes.
That's what we did.
So we went to Target and bought an Xbox, and we came to Pancake Factory and got pancakes.
Drivers tell me that it was manageable earlier this afternoon and earlier this morning as well, but they expect things to change as the snow continues to fall. You can see it's really stacking up here on the roads, and also when we're expecting things to get a little bit more icy. So definitely take it slow, and if you do get stopped at an intersection and you are first in line, I'd recommend you to hesitate and look around. Don't just bolt out, because it's really hard to stop, and some people might be running red lights just because they can't stop.
Yeah.
So it's definitely worth that hesitation. Even if someone honks at you, it's worth making sure that the coast is clear before just darting out in front of an intersection there while you're out on the road. So stay safe, stay home, and make sure to just really take it slow and take it easy today.
Yeah.
Reporting live in Nashville, I'm Joylyn Bukovac, WSMV 4.
Yeah, good advice, Joylyn. Thank you so much. And so glad that she's stayed safe, and all of our crews that have been out on the roads today.
Yeah, First Alert traffic reporter and meteorologist Melanie Layden joins us. And Melanie, we know it's really busy out there on the roads.
Really busy. Yeah, Joylyn made a great point there about the braking and your lag time from it. I was out in the field a few hours ago doing live shots out there, and we saw that exact same thing. People not being able to really stop in time because they're sliding so much. Exactly what happened here on I-40 at Fessler's Lane. Not much traffic around, but this semi here, they were in these eastbound lanes. They ran off the interstate, almost going into oncoming traffic, and kind of jackknifed here. We did have TDOT crews assisting. I think what happened is the driver got a ride and was able to get home or somewhere safely. They're going to have a crew with a big crane have to come help pull this one out a little bit later. So big accident there on 40, but traffic still getting by. Another crash we have is over on I-24 in Smyrna. It's at Rock Spring. And you can see there we've got a TDOT crew. Looks like the camera's kind of paused here, but you get the idea. A couple of cars involved here. Traffic still getting by in at least a lane or two. Everywhere is very slow going here at this hour. We're at the lunchtime hour, about to head into 1 o'clock. People I know, if you are like us, you have to be at work. If you work at a hospital, maybe a grocery store, things like that, just please use caution on the roadways. If you don't have to be out today, just stay home. We'll be back with a more look at our weather, our traffic, and more news from all around the city on this snow day. It's coming up in just a few minutes.
Get in the zone with the Athletes Unlimited.
Yeah, guys, so right now we are near downtown Nashville on 8th Avenue South, and if you can see out in front of us, the road is completely covered, and we have been out driving around since about 8 o'clock this morning, and we've noticed that the roads have progressively gotten worse, of course, throughout the morning and the afternoon, and we've noticed more mishaps on the road. A little earlier, we saw a car spin out on I-65 North, and so that's just a reminder, a scary situation to be in, but a reminder of how dangerous these road conditions can be, and also a reminder of why all of these officials are telling people if you don't have to be on the road, don't go out, because it is dangerous out here. Again, on 8th Avenue, you can see the snow is really coming down. The road is completely covered. So you just really want to be careful if you're having to get out and do things like that. But we're going to continue to monitor these situations out here and bring you what we find. Reporting in Nashville, Danielle Ledbetter, WSMV4.
Okay, thanks so much, Danielle. Appreciate it. You know, this should not come as a surprise, but there are widespread flight cancellations. All morning long as we've been checking the flight board, it's been like, oh, canceled. The winter storm is certainly impacting millions of people across this country.
Yeah, at 6 a.m. it wasn't that bad, but now that's not the case. Our Amber Jayanth is here. Amber, we're seeing a lot of cancellations at BNA.
That's right. So take a look at this when it comes to BNA's arrivals and departures. Most of the flights, they are canceled. This is a look right here at the board. Now, even some they still say scheduled, but that will probably change that situation. But more than 11,000 flights have been canceled across the nation because this winter storm is impacting around 140 million people. So if you are planning to fly out today, just check the flight status right there, because there is a high chance that you could face a cancellation. Again, we're going to watch all these and we'll send it right back. We'll be back right after this. Sorry, no, it's fine.
We're tracking a strong line of storms. They're still having their game today. Just started about 19 minutes ago at 12:30.
Yeah, they just dropped the puck. Our Lauren Walsh is down at Bridgestone. Lauren, what did you hear from the fans out there today?
Yeah, Marius, it is hockey weather out here in Smashville. The fans have been filing in all morning into the afternoon. They had crews out here salting the plaza. The Bobcat was part of clearing it. I have to say, about an hour ago, it was really clear out here, minimal snow on the sides of the plaza. And fans are braving the elements. They told us it is worth it to come out and support their Nashville Predators.
All right, Lauren Walsh, thank you. Reporting live from Bridgestone Arena.
Yeah, appreciate your time. Of course, we have our team of meteorologists who've been watching this for us for days and days, and now we're actually here, Bree and Stefano, and it's like, wow, you're watching it pan out the way you guys thought it would.
It's a satisfying moment as a meteorologist. It's like, I knew it.
It's a eureka moment.
It is.
Yeah, it kind of is. And now we're seeing the transition period. So, you know, we still have a lot of snow out there, Bree, but now we've had confirmed reports not only of sleet, but freezing rain on top of that.
And that's where things can really start to get treacherous. So reports of sleet in Hickman County. You saw some out of Williamson County and Franklin. Lawrenceburg now saying all freezing rain, and freezing rain was really going to be the most troublesome of the precip types.
And the farther north that you are on First Alert Live radar, so areas like Gallatin, Clarksville, Hopkinsville, Franklin, you may still be snowing for the most part, but you might start to hear kind of that pitter patter we've been talking about with the sleet. And I think that's what some of these darker areas of blue are between McMinnville, Cookeville, maybe even downtown Nashville starting to get a few sleet pellets, but we have not completely changed over. Waverly seeing some sleet. It's this line of pink that you're seeing from Manchester, Columbia, Lawrenceburg, Linden, and Savannah that are really beginning to see that full changeover to that icy mix. And remember, these areas to the south and west are the more important spots, not the more important spots, the more at risk for the original icing. That's where the ice storm warning is in effect for areas like Decaturville and Lawrenceburg. These areas in the winter storm warning, mixing in more snow and sleet for now, but it doesn't mean we won't be getting ice, Bree. That's still going to be a threat across a lot of the area through tonight.
Yeah, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. If you're in the winter storm warning in pink, yes, you're going to trend with more snow, but you're going to have enough ice for the same impacts. Keeping an eye on that southwestern tier because, again, freezing rain is really where things can get snarled. That's where we can start to lose power. So right on time, it's what is it? 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. Right on time. We're sitting at 20 degrees. Sleet and freezing rain working their way towards that I-40 corridor. They will continue to push north, even touching that Kentucky border as we head towards sunset tonight. And the most likely timing of that icing from freezing rain is going to be from around sunset tonight to sunrise tomorrow. So if we are going to get power outages, it would likely be during the overnight time frame. That's why we want you to put flashlights by the bed, your shoes, extra blanket. You don't need to be fumbling around in the middle of the night. At this point, the accumulations are low, and so the impacts are minor. But when ice starts to get above the quarter-inch mark and even near a half an inch or more, and some spots of the southwest could touch that 3/4 of an inch or more of ice, that can really cause widespread tree damage, and power outages really start to become possible. Any amount of ice wrecks the roads, and that's why we've been keeping an eye on both this morning, Melanie.
Right, and the roads have been totally wrecked here around Nashville. We got so many accidents. I want to start off down the south side of town, coming in from the Murfreesboro area, I-24 at I-840. This is kind of further out, but notice a semi off the road into a ditch. We do have TDOT, we've got THP assisting with this one too. Looks like right now only one lane, and it is possibly even just the side shoulder getting by. So you're noticing cars getting by, but very, very slowly there. So please use caution anytime you see those flashing lights. You see THP, police, TDOT crews. They're there to help you. Please move over for them because it can be a very dangerous job in conditions like these. Another spin out here on the north side of town. This is I-65 at Armory Drive. This is going to be just south of that downtown loop. You'll be coming in from the Berry Hill or Brentwood area. You're noticing traffic getting by, but look at this car. It's facing the opposite direction. He did a complete spin out here. Now we have police on scene helping with this guy. Everywhere else, we're looking at very slow traffic, a couple more just secondary crashes and some more interstate crashes out there. A lot of them single car crashes too, which is usually good and less for injuries. But we'll be watching this very closely for you. We'll keep an eye on the roads. Another check of your news and your weather when we come back in just a few minutes.
Smart appliances.
The car is actually turned around. I believe maybe even potentially facing the wrong direction in this camera on this I-65 Armory Drive. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back with more coverage for you at the top of the hour.
The moment the truck hit you, you're seared in your mind.
Alert weather.
Was blanketing the mid-state. The winter storm we've tracked, that is, all week is here, and we're starting to get freezing rain out there. You're taking a look at the roadways. The snow continues to come down, and traffic is kind of moving slowly out there.
Yeah, and we don't want you to be out on the roads at all. If you can avoid it, just stay home. What did you call it, Bree Smith? You said couch rot?
Yeah,
just
couch
go ahead and couch rot. Just watch us. Get under the weighted blanket. Maybe turn on the heater.
There you go.
You know, I am curious, though, for our team of meteorologists, Stefano DiPietro and Bree, together, you guys, are you already seeing that transition to some of the freezing rain and sleet?
We certainly are. We've had some reports of, widespread freezing rain now in areas like Lawrenceburg. Even Cannon County has some freezing rain and sleet mixing in. And the farther north you get, we're seeing more of a sleet-snow mixture right now.
Yeah, so we're starting to get into that no-go zone, even for kids wanting to play outside.
Yeah, it's getting dangerous.
So we'll go ahead and say Lawrence County, Wayne County, let's go ahead and keep it inside. Hickman County is starting to see that transition too, so let's be thinking about a yummy snack and some couch rotting. I had to show you this because I got this video on my phone. Just a reminder out there, when we get wintry weather, the birds need seeds. This is my favorite bird. This is a tufted titmouse.
Oh, yes.
Isn't she so pretty? It's probably a he, I don't know, but I love the mohawk. This is from my bird feeder. I put some bird seed out for the birds as long as the ice hasn't come out just yet, because we're gonna see that transition, and I don't want you stepping out on your deck and your feet go flying above you. That pink line is precisely where we're seeing the transition. So Perry County, Wayne County, Lawrence County, Giles County, even Columbia, we're starting to see that transition over. Sleet is what you will likely transition to first, and then the freezing rain. That's the trend that we're seeing here. So again, freezing rain in Lawrence County, sleet being reported farther north than that. So if you're north of I-40, yeah, you've still got flakes, but it's a couple hours before we make that transition over.
It really is. And I'll tell you something, as we look at our forecast models and our guidance models, we can kind of tell whether they're on track or not. And you can see that this particular guidance we're showing may be having a tough time with the rain to the south and east because the cold air doesn't want to budge anywhere. But that's not good news for us because it means that the ground temperatures, the air temperatures are still well below freezing. So more of a prolonged area of sleet and freezing rain. Farther north that we go, we end up staying snow a little bit longer. That's where you'll find some of your higher snowfall totals. The ridiculous totals will be in parts of northern Kentucky, parts of Illinois, Ohio. I have family in Pennsylvania. They're bracing for 18 inches of snow. They'll have the roads clear by tomorrow afternoon, though. We'll have plenty of sleet and freezing rain through the overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. Here's the name of the game for the overnight tonight, and it is a game of degrees, just by 1 or 2 degrees. So south and east of Nashville, enough warm air is going to work its way in tonight for temperatures to get to about 34, 35 degrees. That's enough to change anything over to just plain rainfall. I'm going to say Nashville right now looks like the dividing line for us, where we have the chance to change over to rain. But if we can't get above 32 degrees, even by a degree or two, we will stay with the freezing rain and the sleet accumulations. The farther north and east we go, the more that icy mix becomes more of a problem in parts of southwest middle Tennessee as well. We do end up seeing a little bit of a break from that rain and snowfall on Sunday afternoon, but we should have a few more flakes mix in. Monday, Tuesday are very cold in the mornings. We're single digits, even near 0, then a little bit warmer. I use the term warmer very loosely, though. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're still in the 30s with lows in the teens, which means our faucets will be dripping for pretty much the entire week, because below 20 degrees is pipe bursting.
Yikes.
Stefano, thank you. Our crews are all over Middle Tennessee, keeping you safe in the communities that you live in. We want to check in with our Steve Mailing.
Yeah, he's been out and around. Steve, I know you're in Franklin, and I'm kind of amazed at how clear those roads are looking where you are.
Yeah, Main Street's looking great, Lauren and Marius. What I want to show you is that we're already starting to see that precipitation switch over here in Franklin. I've been trying to accumulate as much of this as I can on my hand and on my sleeve, and it looks like it's starting to mix into a snow-sleet mix. So it's definitely starting to creep a little bit more northward bound, should I say, and it's making its way to here in Franklin. But like I mentioned, Main Street's looking really good right now, right? Crews have been out all morning, plowing and making sure. We actually ran a drone up about a couple minutes ago and just kind of showed all the different roads. It's the side streets that are still the biggest problems. You can kind of get a good look at them over, this is 4th Street, North 4th Street, North 4th Avenue, should I say, in downtown Franklin. Those side streets are still pretty tough. So if you have 4-wheel drive, you're in a good space. But if you have two-wheel drive, I'd recommend just staying off the roads completely because you could risk sliding out. Now, when we talk about this freezing rain and the sleet, the changeover, it's going to continue to keep coming. The freezing rain's going to start coming, and then those roads are just going to become a sheet of ice. So the recommendation is what we've been giving you all day long. Stay inside. Hot cocoa, coffee, whatever you have there at home. Enjoy it. Stay in there. I would much rather be inside right now, cuddled up under a blanket. But we're out here. We're making sure you guys are staying inside and staying safe and keeping you updated. So we're gonna get out of here, and then we're gonna start heading a little bit further south soon to give you some updates from down in Murray County coming up, guys. All right.
All right, Stephen. You can't say it enough. If you don't have to be out on the roads, please don't be out on the roads.
If you guys at home can't tell, we love Steve Mailing. And Steve, I love that we're getting to see some of your personality come out in coverage like this. The New York guy who's telling us what to do down here in Nashville.
Well, our crews are all over Middle Tennessee. We've seen Steve. We've seen Dryden Quigley. Now we want to check in with our Jordan James.
Yeah, Jordan, where are you? How's it looking? How you feeling out there even too?
Well, Lauren, it's very cold, as you can imagine, out here. But right now, we're currently in Mount Juliet off of I-40 East. At this point in time, there aren't a lot of people on the road, which goes to show that many people are adhering to the warnings by officials. Now, the good news is that we've seen over the last 5 to 10 minutes, several TDOT crews make their way down Mount Juliet Road to try and clear some of this ice, which has really built up over the last few hours. I spoke with a woman who tells me that she has an all-wheel drive vehicle and found herself sliding. Incidents like that are why officials are encouraging people to stay home. And speaking of officials, I spoke with Wilson County Emergency Management, and they tell me that they have responded to numerous accidents throughout the county. Oftentimes, a lot of people feel like they can make it on the roadway, then you get on there and you encounter various slick spots. But at this point in time, this is kind of what things are looking like out here. Not many people out on the road. Good news is they're heeding to those warnings, so you certainly want to take it easy if you do find yourself out here today. Lauren, Marius.
All right, Jordan James, thank you. I think accidents started at several, now it's at numerous, and I'm sure pretty soon it's going to be too many to count. Jordan James, thank you. Now, First Alert traffic reporter Melanie Layden joins us now.
Yeah, Melanie, I always find it interesting. You guys use the same software systems that you use for the forecasting as a meteorologist as you do with the traffic system. So you're like uniquely qualified to do both here.
That's right. I use the system every day. And yeah, we are definitely seeing a lot of accidents because of just how slick the roads are. I mean, you know, whenever it rains in Nashville, we get accidents. Snow is a whole other beast, and we're definitely seeing a lot of things that could be really throwing a wrench in where you need to be if you are maybe an essential worker that has to be at your job today. This is a look at I-40 at Fessler Lane. Something that we really know has to be out there for their job are these semi-drivers. They're getting things to and from places, and this one here just went completely off the road on the eastbound lanes, almost into the westbound lanes. I mean, can you imagine driving westbound and seeing a semi coming at you? Thankfully, that driver was able to stay here on the median, but it's kind of jackknifed now. Driver is okay. He was taken away from the scene with TDOT crews. They'll have to come use a crane to tow this away later. Luckily, though, not really impacting traffic since it is on the median there. I-65 at Armory Drive. Watch this guy here spin out completely. He was driving in those southbound lanes, and now he's facing northbound, as you can see. We have several police officers on scene. There's a TDOT crew warning you to get over for them as well. Really not seeing a whole lot of traffic on the roadways, though. That's good. People are listening. They're taking those warnings, and they're staying home. People that are on the roads, though, it is very slow going. If you have to be at your job or somewhere you have to be, check on someone today. Just make sure you're giving yourself plenty of extra room between you and the car in front of you. And Joy Lynn made a good point earlier about the braking, the stopping. It could be a little bit of lag time there as your car slides on some of the snow and ice. So please use caution when you're at stop signs and intersections with stoplights. Could be an issue. Look both ways. Make sure no one's flying through because they can't control their steering wheel, guys.
All right, Melanie Layden, thank you so much. Now, we've asked you to send your pictures in, and this is what we love to see. Dogs with the zoomies. They get out there and they see the snow and they just go crazy.
I love it.
Yeah, this is Roscoe. Look, does Roscoe look like he's having fun out there?
I think Roscoe's real happy right now.
Roscoe got the zoomies. And we know a lot of your little ones may be experiencing the snow for the very first time. This is Sadie. enjoying her first snow. Look at the look on her face.
I know, and her little red nose. How sweet is she with her little outfit, too?
Yes, keep sending us your pictures. We want to see how you are enjoying this day.
Yeah, your snow day, your pictures, your videos, all of those things. You can be a part of our coverage of this storm as it moves through. And you can submit pictures and videos right there so simply and easily from our WSMV4 News app or on our website. And that's how we're able to share your content with people on the air.
Chris Harris here in South Nashville, where the snow continues to fall down here in South Davidson County. Look, we already got plenty of powdery stuff down on the roads. Travel is already getting treacherous, so everyone please be safe, be warm, enjoy the snow, and then go back inside and get warm and get fluids and hot chocolate and soup and all that fun stuff. Everyone have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend.
We got to keep listening to Chris Harris. He knows what he's talking about. He knows exactly what he's talking about. That's what we should be doing.
Stand by. Sorry, Zach.
Hey, we want to check in with our Dryden Quigley.
Yeah, Dryden, we hear you, gal. You've been in East Nashville today. I know you've been walking around seeing what's going on. You showed us a crash earlier. Is there still a crash near you?
So we were just actually walking up there because they just took the WeGo bus away that a car crashed into. I don't know if you can see it from up over here, but there is that car right up there. You can see it has a good amount of damage. It probably went into the back of the WeGo bus, and that is just a perfect example of why it is best to stay off the roads on a day like this, or if you are going to travel out for some reason, giving yourself plenty of room in between cars. Take a look at the road right now. I mean, it is pretty slushy out here, and it's actually pretty quiet. Right now, we haven't had too many cars coming by, definitely quieter than it usually is in East Nashville on a Saturday, but there are still a few cars out here. And so far, I think almost everywhere we've been to has been open. Skinny Dennis here is open. The CVS is open. We have a coffee shop over there. But I can't say that too many people have, braved the cold to get out here just yet. And for good reason, because the roads can be very dangerous, really difficult to see the lines, especially on these roads. The few people we have seen seem to have been coming here from either by foot or, mostly just walking or running over here. So we will continue to keep you all updated as we learn more about, what places are open. Places might eventually start to close with the ice. But for now, the snow has kind of died down, actually. It's pretty quiet out here. And we'll keep you all updated as we learn more.
All right. Thank you, Dryden. All right, thank you, Dryden. Good to see that most people are off of the roads there. And with most people staying inside, Some of you may be ordering through DoorDash. Now, right now, they say that they are up and running, but they are taking extra safety precautions, and they're adding real-time alerts around the clock. So Dashers will get push notifications when severe weather is heading their way. Now, in some locations where the conditions are dangerous, you may see a pickup-only option if it is safer to walk than drive. And DoorDash will switch to a customer pickup option only. Now, if conditions do make it unsafe to be on the road, they will temporarily suspend operations altogether. If that happens, DoorDashers and customers will be notified. But also during this storm, you may also see a weather impact fee added if the demand for delivery outpaces a number of available DoorDash drivers. And they say 100% of that fee will go to the drivers. But be sure to tip those drivers if you are ordering DoorDash, right?
Amber, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Let's talk about the conditions right now because they are changing. First Alert meteorologist Bree Smith and Stefano DiPietro with us.
Yeah, you saw Dryden talk about not much snow going out there, but stick around, things are going to change.
There will be more coming and more of a mix too, which is kind of the more crucial part we've been talking about. We said the snow wouldn't cause terrible issues. It's still causing problems, but it's that power outage risk and then that kind of fine glaze of ice that'll happen early this evening. That's the problem.
Say the type of precipitation determines the type of risk.
Yes.
Right? So it was snow for most of the morning, and we knew it wasn't going to add up to a whole lot, but we've been saying all week it would be enough. How much? Enough. Enough for high impacts everywhere, even though everywhere was going to see kind of a variety of wintry weather. It all equals really treacherous travel conditions. And during the overnight hours tonight, our focus will become power outages as freezing rain begins to take over. So right now, through tomorrow night is this event. It's a long, slow system, and the impacts from it will linger into next week. Snow is beginning to change. We're starting to see that changeover move from the south to the north, and it's pretty much flirting with that I-40 corridor at this point. Temperatures are really the name of the game here, and typically when we talk about it, it's because we want you to know what it feels like outside. But when temperatures are changing like this, that's what causes a snowflake to turn into a sleet pellet, to turn into freezing rain. And while 20 degrees is not warm, it is warmer than it was in Lewisburg and over towards Hohenwald. If you put this into motion here, you can see we've actually been rising just a little bit in temperatures. So 20s in our southern tier used to be teens. Now that's starting to climb, and because it's warming up just enough, those flakes are turning into sleet pellets, and they are beginning to turn into freezing rain. This stretches from Manchester on Interstate 24. Wayne, Lawrence, Giles, look, you are nearly all purple at this point. These are the colors we don't like to see on a map, but we're going to see this spread all the way up into the Kentucky border.
And those are the areas that we're really concerned about. The original onset of icing. We've had some reports from Lawrenceburg completely changing over to that freezing rain. You can actually see with a little bit of a closer picture here that, yeah, Lawrenceburg, Savannah, that's really where that freezing rain is beginning to settle in. Let's talk about the road impacts. Right now, if you have to get out the door, there are moderate impacts on interstates and main roads because they're getting a lot of tension from road crews. They are staying decently clear in some spots. Overpasses, bridges, on and off ramps, those are experiencing very high impacts right now. And of course, the secondary and back roads that haven't had a chance to really been moved out of the way yet. That's where we could continue to see some issues, some more high impact issues. So snow happening when the temperature from the cloud base all the way to the ground is at or below 32 degrees, really below 32. Shallow warm layer moves in below that cloud base and the snowflakes melt. Then they refreeze through this colder layer and they fall as those sleet pellets. What will happen later, and is happening now in some areas, is that warm air actually expands a little bit more in depth through the atmosphere, but not all the way. So down here at the surface, our temperatures are still well below freezing. That rain that's falling hits a frozen surface, and that's what causes freezing rain. And the problem is, even when we warm back up, the ground temperature will lag behind a little bit. So the thermometer may say 33 degrees, but that ground temperature may still be more at 31 or even into the 20s. So that could still mean more freezing rain, even if it looks like the temperature is above freezing. Monday and Tuesday, dangerous cold. We're single digits, even near zero Tuesday morning. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, barely warming up. Monday morning, if there's anything left on the ground, it's going to flash freeze. Wind chills are sub-zero. Even worse, Tuesday morning, it'll feel like 15 to 20 degrees below zero, Melanie.
Oh my goodness. All right. Thank you, Stefano. Well, all the snow and even a little bit of that sleet that's starting to really mess up our traffic. And oh, they just moved the camera on me. But this was a look at I-24. 4 police officers were on scene here of a 2-car crash. It's up here a little bit. You can see traffic still moving along, though. It's not causing a major, slowdown other than the normal snow that's on the ground. But we are watching a crash there that looks like it might be in the clearing stages now. Another one over here on the south side of town coming in from the Murfreesboro area, I-24 at Fortress. This was a big accident involving a semi and a couple of cars. You've got some of them over on the left-hand shoulder, some on the right-hand shoulder too. Currently, we've got the emergency crews assisting on the right-hand side, but notice pretty quiet out in the roadways other than this accident. Cars are still getting by. It's just pretty treacherous out there, guys. Look over here how slow that traffic is moving there in those other lanes. You can see just how people are using caution. If you do have to maybe get to work or be somewhere today, please keep it slow. You can see that's exactly what's going on here with our traffic map. That yellow indicates a very medium pace. We even have a lot of orange indicating a pretty slow down here. Really all the major interstates, all those major highways like Briley Parkway, Old Hickory Boulevard, even those back roads that you think might be safer are still very slippery out there from the snow, so please use caution. A couple other accidents around town. We'll continue to update you on all those and bring you more live looks of how the traffic is looking in these snowy conditions as we are quietly deteriorating right now too over to some ice. We'll talk all about it coming up with more news, traffic, and weather right after a quick break.